the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
He's already over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are excited to welcome Coinbase as a presenting partner of the Speed Chess Championship and to welcome you to our second exciting match of the day between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman with 3 names, and the Indian phenom Nihal Sarin. And I am excited to be covering the match alongside Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. You've got a hero shift today, Benjamin. 2 matches. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, Diane. We saw that the match earlier was a pretty dominant victory for Magnus Carlsen, but Diane, this match right here is promising to be an absolute thriller. We've got Nihal Sarin against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Matches like these are the reason that people get so excited, so pumped about the SEC. We'll be diving into all the specifics and particulars of this match shortly, but first, let's dive into the particulars of the bracket. We've had some incredible marquee matchups already in the books. Hikaru Nakamura, Benjamin taking care of business. We've had a lot of blowouts, including a blowout this morning as Carlsen squashes Jan Nepomniachtchi with an incredible bullet performance.
No, for sure, yeah. Carlsen put a very impressive performance on the board. But yeah, here between Nihal and MVL, they're going to decide who will face Hikaru in the semifinals. I think it's going to be a close one, Diane. They're very evenly matched.
Extremely evenly matched. I think everybody is expecting a super close match. Hikaru Nakamura, man, yesterday's performance against Fabiano Caruana was a typical Hikaru Nakamura display, so well-rounded. And right now, Hikaru and Magnus definitely displaying the best form of anybody in the SEC, although MVL definitely competed with his performance in his first match. Okay, let's dive into the specifics of the match that we have today, Benjamin. We're thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as the official data insights partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the chess.com mission to grow the game in the sport of chess. Let's dive into our Deloitte game analytics. This is page 1. What jumps out to you, Benjamin?
Bro, what jumps out to me is that they're very close in their chess.com blitz rating. You see that Nihal has a rating of 3,200 and MVL just below 3,100, 3,185. Also, MVL has a lead in their head-to-head. In the bullet, they're much closer, but Diane, we know that Nihal has been getting better every single year.
Yeah. All of these stats need to be taken with a grain of salt, especially with 2 players who haven't faced each other as many times. And when you look at their peak chess.com blitz and bullet ratings, that starts to tell a slightly different story. MVL might hold a current lead in their head-to-head, but let's take a look at page 2 of our Deloitte game analytics. Those peak blitz and bullet ratings for Nihal are something else, and he has cemented himself, Benjamin, definitely as one of the top online players. He's so hard to bring down. He's so fast, and he's so well-rounded as a blitz player.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's got the good openings, he's got a good middle game, good tactics, and a good end game as well. He's also a great time scrambler, and that's why he's got such a high peak blitz rating of 3,277, and also his bullet rating, Daya, 3,400 is just out of this world.
It really is. And how many times in the SEC have we seen, Nihal pull out lost positions with 1 second on his clock? I mean, the wizardry that he puts on display is something else. But MVL not to be outdone. Our Smarter Chess prediction calls for an extremely even match, and for the first time, I'm going to wholeheartedly agree with this prediction. 14-14, Smarter Chess predicting an overtime affair today, Benjamin. I don't really see how anybody could disagree with a prediction for an even match.
This one is going to be close one, Diane. I think MVL might have an edge in the blitz time controls, the 5+1 and 3+1 portions. He is the better classical player, so the more time on the clock, the more he should be a favorite. But Nihal, he is such a beast in bullet. He's so good in time scrambles. So I think he is looking to strike there.
I agree. I think if you're Nihal and you're strategizing for maximizing your chances of success, you want to go into the bullet with a tied match. I don't think Nihal minds that as we take a look at the 19-year-old Indian Grandmaster, the Blitz Wizard, Nihal Sarin. Both of these players are really easy to root for. They're super classy. They've been around the block for many, many years now, and both of them so experienced in the SCC, and in Nihal's case, in the JSCC, which he has won on several occasions. Man, this is going to be a great match, Benjamin. I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, no, I'm excited as well, Diane. And what's impressive is that we're talking about Nihal like he's a veteran, but he's only 19 years old. But like I said, he's been around.
He's got some gray hair, the grizzled Nihal Sarin, he's had years and years of experience under him. But that's the crazy thing about modern chess. You could be 19 years old, and it honestly feels like he's been in the SEC and he's been dominating chess.com online tournaments forever. And part of that is because it has been, 5 or 6 years since Nihal has established himself as one of the fastest and most accurate players on the site. MVL hasn't played quite as much, Benjamin, recently, but he is still so good in the SEC.
He for sure is. In 2020, he took down Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. And let's look at their... here we have Nihal Sarin. Let's see how he made it into the quarterfinals. He beat Alexei Sarana, and he had an average accuracy of 90.7, Diane. What do you make of that?
Yeah, average accuracy over 90%. That's understandable in the 5+1 segment, but remember, this is the cumulative accuracy over the whole match. Over 90%, including the bullet. He had some brilliant moves. He had very few blunders when you consider the total number of games played. Single-digit blunders. And Alexei Sarana played an amazing match as well, which makes Nihal's convincing victory all the more impressive. It seems like everybody's in good form this year in the SCC, which make these blowouts so unreal. But speaking of blowouts, Benjamin, MVL was not to be outdone in the first round. His match against Gukesh, after that first mouse slip where Gukesh blew a winning position, he didn't look back.
No, after that, MVL just crushed him. I think after the first game, he took a 5-0 lead, and didn't he even have a 7-game win streak, Daya? He crushed Gukesh in the 5+1 portion with a 7-point margin, and in the other time controls, he was dominant as well.
And I think these two players, as we take a look at Maxime there on camera, the games should be starting momentarily. They have different styles. MVL definitely with the more tactical opening repertoire. He's known for his Najdorfs, 1 e4 with white. Nihal likes to dodge a lot of the mainline theory, particularly I think with the white pieces, Benjamin. He's shown a proclivity for openings like the London system. He likes the Barry system or the Jabava London as well. And with black, he likes his perks and his moderns, and he really mixes it up normally in SEC matches. So I'm curious what we're going to see in the opening phase.
Yeah, so we really have a clash of styles here, Diane. Maxime, he plays chess like a mathematician. He's very principled with white. He plays e4, plays all the main lines in every main line. And with black, like you said, he defends himself with the Najdorf, with the Grunfeld. And Nihal, he's probably going to jump around. Is he going to play the London, maybe B3 systems? Let's not forget, Diane, MVL is a 2021 World Blitz champion, so he knows what it takes to win.
He most certainly does. And in his first match against Gukesh, we did see our share of Sicilians, but he was also mixing it up. He was playing with white 1 e4, and I think we're going to see a lot of e4s from MVL. But with black, he actually played some Caro-Khans, and he did pretty well in them. So it's not like MVL can't play anything else. He knows a lot of different openings, so I think he's going to adjust based on what Nihal brings to the table today.
Yeah, no, for sure. I would be I'd be surprised if Nihal goes into mainline Grunfeld theory. Also, I don't think he's really an E4 player, so I'd be surprised to see a knight on the board as well. I think we're gonna see D4 by Nihal, maybe like a London system or like a Torres system, something like that, or all these setups with B3. So I'm curious to see what's gonna happen.
I'm curious as well. We're getting the players set up, so the games should be beginning momentarily here. But before they do, let's take one more look at the bracket and talk a little bit about the relative form that the players have displayed. If you're just joining, we remind you that Hikaru Nakamura is into the semifinals, as is his main rival, Magnus Carlsen, who will face off against Wesley So in the first semifinal. Hikaru will face the winner of this match that we're watching right now today between Nihal and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Benjamin, do you think Hikaru is looking at this match? Do you think he prefers a particular opponent between these two, or does he not care?
Well, I literally don't care, Danya. I mean, I'm gonna win anyway. No, I mean, of course, he's played both players a bunch. He's played Nihal, he's played MVL. I think he's looking forward to play both opponents. And but either way, I think Hikaru should be quite a hefty favorite.
Yeah, I agree completely. He has defeated Nihal Sarin in previous SEC matches. He's played both MVL and Nihal Sarin. He's no stranger to it. I wanted to ask you about the first match, Benjamin. You commentated Magnus Carlsen's crushing victory over Jan Nepomniachtchi. Were you surprised at how much of a blowout it ended up being?
It ended up being quite a blowout. To be honest, at the beginning, Magnus admitted to this himself in the interview. He wasn't that stable. Like, Jan got off to a lead in the match. It could have even been 2 points. But after Magnus equalized the match, he seemed to be in full control. Soon after that, he took the lead, and it was going to be the question, like, with how many points he was going to win. He always had a 2 to 4 point lead going into the bullet, and in the bullet, it was just an absolute blowout.
I think the key word there is just control and wire-to-wire victory. It's what's scary about Magnus's form this year in the SEC is that even when it's a quote-unquote close match, you almost feel like the blowout is going to happen any second, and then it does, right? It's only a matter of time. In this match, it was the bullet where Magnus really separated himself. In his match against Vidit, it was the end of the 3+1 portion, and also the bullet where he built up that double-digit lead. If you're just joining us and you don't know what the SEC is all about, let's fill you in on the format and the particulars of how each match works. The players accumulate points until time runs out. The scoring is standard. There's 1 point assigned per victory. A draw means half a point for both players, and obviously a loss results in 0 points. If the match is tied at the end of the allotted 3 hours, there will be 4 games of 1+1. If that ends in a 2-2 tie, as we saw in Wesley So's match against Alireza Firouzja, an Armageddon will be played where the players bid on their times. In an Armageddon, black gets draw odds. So if the game ends in a draw, then the player with black wins. And I think Armageddon is not unlikely in a match with players this evenly matched. Here are the time splits. We've got an hour and a half of 5+1 to head off the match, followed by an hour of 3+1, and then half an hour of bullet 1+1 to end the match with a 1 second increment in all of the games. But the most interesting thing, Benjamin, the only time that we might get a no increment game is if we go all the way to an Armageddon.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, Diane. Normally we read of this card, like, okay, if it's tied, there's a 4-game mini-match, then there's an Armageddon, and we're like, okay, well, that never actually happened.
That never happens.
Right? But it actually happened in that match between Wesley and Alireza. That one went down to the wire. So it's, I think this one can also go down to the wire. It would be, of course, an absolute thriller if it comes down to overtime as well. But since these two are so evenly matched, I think it could easily happen.
And of course, we're not guaranteed a close match. You know, sometimes you get evenly matched players and you still get a blowout. You know, why does that happen? It happens when one player is in superior form. It happens when one player pulls away early. So I think for both of these players, but particularly for Nihal, because I think MVL is thinking of the 5+1 as the segment where he really wants to build up that maybe 2 or 3 point cushion. I think the closer you get to the bullet, the more we get into Nihal's territory. Do you think MVL shares that vision of the match?
Yeah, and I think so too, Diane. I think he should try to take a lead in the longer time controls in the 5+1. And by the way, as we speak, we are off with move 1, knight f3 from Nihal. And Diane, I just wanted to ask you real quick, if you had to pick one player to win this match, who's your pick?
Man, you're putting me on the spot. I feel like both of these players have displayed such incredible form. Just because we've got half an hour of bullet, I'm going to have to go Nihal by a tiny bit, but I really think it's going to come down to the last couple of games.
Right, so in that case, I'm going to go with MVL. Like I said before, he's a 2021 World Blitz champion.
Yeah.
Also, he crushed Gukash with a margin of 13 points. Nihal only won by 6 points, so because of that, I'm going to go with MVL.
That's a totally fair prediction. I think we're going to find out a lot based on the form that these players display in the first 90 minutes. Well, as expected, Nihal playing his sort of knight f3 offbeat-ish type openings, and we have, I think, more of a Carlsbad structure. Generally, the white bishop is on g5 in these positions. Here, Nihal has positioned his dark square bishop on f4.
Right, and we see MVL expanding on the queen side with the move b5. b5 weakens the pawn on c6, but it does make sense as now your queen can go over to b7, and otherwise it's always going to be stuck here on c8 a4. Also a nice move, gaining some space on the queen side.
Yeah, the knight comes out to d7. Rook c1 threatens. The prosaic knight takes b5, forcing MVL to fianchetto his queen. But b7 is a pretty good square for black's queen. It's kind of in the bushes. And most importantly, it supports that backward pawn on c6. And as long as that pawn is alive, black's pawn structure on the queen side is quite healthy.
Exactly. At some point, MVL would love to go knight b6 to c4. You do have to move b3 at some point for white to stop it, but that's going to open up the a file for black. So I would think white is a very slight edge here, but for the moment, black's pretty solid. I do like this move knight h4 by Nihal to kick the bishop off this active diagonal.
All of these top players are so good at using both sides of the board to their advantage. The action has been happening on the queen side with black's expansion, but Nihal says, I haven't forgotten about the king side either. I think he's trying to situate his knight on f5 and garner the bishop pair. The eval bar, not a big fan of knight b6. Is it because knight f5 enables white to grab that bishop pair?
I like the move knight f5 by Nihal, but the eval bar doesn't. It drops quite a bit down. Maybe, I don't know, yeah, I was going to say maybe e4, but that doesn't seem that convincing either, as the knight's often hanging. I like this move. I mean, you get the bishop pair. On the other hand, black gets rid of this passive bishop on e6. He still has an active bishop potentially on the dark squares, and knight c4 could come any moment now.
Yeah, knight c4 is asking to be played. You called it. If white is forced to play the move b3, then ideas like bishop e7 to a3 become possible. The a file opens. Okay, Nihal has the bishop pair, congratulations, but how do you continue improving? That bishop on f5, it looks pretty, but it's not really controlling any crucial squares, and I think because of that, Nihal brings it back to home base on d3.
Yeah, it drops the bishop back to d3. MVL could consider knight c4, but now Nihal could even take. You don't really want to take with the b pawn, as that leaves the a4 pawn hanging. You could take with the d pawn. It gives white more of a free hand in the center, but in return for that, black gets a nice clamp of pawns on the queen side. But MVL plays the move queen e7.
You're indicating e4. Do you think that's a likely move? That will likely lead to an isolated queen pawn structure. Is Nihal actively considering e4? But I think he's taking it in a different direction with b3.
b3, very logical move. Make sure that the knight cannot jump to c4. Now, at some point, I think he's going to play a move like knight e2 to clear the c file for his rook and put pressure on the pawn on c6, combined with queen c2. Because with queen c2, you can no longer defend the pawn with a move like rook c8, as there will be bishop f5.
Yeah, that bishop was on f5. It might return to f5 with great effect. The c6 pawn is the only target. It's black's only weakness, and it makes a lot of sense to pile up on that pawn with your heavy pieces.
Right, so I mean, knight e2 makes a lot of sense here for Nihal. He can also trade himself, but that slightly improves the placement of the black queen. Queen f3 is a possibility as well, but then I don't see a good defense after rook a3. The pawn on b3 also is a little bit tender.
And that's one of the benefits of keeping the queen on c2. You want your pieces to be fulfilling both defensive and attacking roles simultaneously. The queen on c2, it guards the b3 pawn, it guards the second rank, so it takes the sting out of black's rook on a8, and it sets up bishop f5. I love the move knight e2. I think this is a big moment. If Nihal finds knight e2, I think he puts serious positional pressure on MVL, but he's taking a long thing here. What might be his reservation toward playing knight e2? Maybe it's rook a2.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess there is rook a2 for black, but is that really a concern? Like, you can maybe go rook c2, try to trade with the rooks. He takes on d6 himself. I'm slightly surprised by that decision, Daya. To me, knight e2 looks very natural.
I think this is a bit of an improved version for black. I mean, I would still play queen c2 with white. And I would start with queen c2 just to prevent the possibility of black's rook diving into a2, which is not a scary move from an attacking perspective. It's annoying because it prevents queen c2.
Exactly. And after, he goes, wow, bishop takes b5.
I didn't see that at all.
I mean,
I see the idea.
Right, in case black takes, he now takes with the knight. And after the queen moves, he can go knight c7, forking the two rooks. Now the evil bar is still in the middle, as after all of those trades, black will have two knights, white will have a rook and two pawns, but this b pawn isn't too scary just yet, so I think MVL should not be too concerned.
No, and clearly this is what Nihal was spending most of his time on. He was trying to assess the position after he grabs one of the rooks, which he doesn't have to do immediately, but I don't really see the point in procrastinating. I would just decide already which rook you're going to take. I would probably take... Actually, which rook would you take? Or would you take a rook at all?
It's a great question, Daya. I don't know. I think the rook on a8 is pretty well placed. So maybe you take on e8, and if black recaptures, the rook is a little less well placed on e8. You can recapture with a knight, and then you can go knight d6 and knight f6. Perhaps that is a good way for black to reroute their pieces.
Great call, and I think Nihal thought along exactly the same lines. Instead, MVL takes back with the rook, so he's sort of clamping down on some of these central squares. Nihal could dive into c7 with his rook, an idea that kind of parallels black's earlier possibility of rook a2, and that's exactly what he does. If you're Nihal here, you want to maximize the activity of your heavy pieces, and you do not want, under any circumstances, for black's knights to start running amok and find good squares in the center. So knight f8, knight e6 could be a way for MVL to improve the placement of his knights.
Right, but I love the move queen c2. Now knight e6 can be met with rook c8. For Nihal, it would be great to trade off one pair of rooks, as then the black rook can no longer do any damage, and he can start to infiltrate with his own heavy pieces. So let's see how MVL will deal with this. Rook c8 for the moment is not a threat, as black can take and then take on b3. You don't really want to drop that b2, b3 pawn for free. So we see MVL going rook b8 and rook a1 by Nihal. He's sacking the pawn, but if you take, I think it's way too risky, Danya, as rook a8 is coming in.
When Nihal took on b5, I think this is exactly what he had in mind. A situation where the activity of the knights is curbed by the fact that black's 8th rank is weak, and there aren't any good squares for the knights to jump onto. Meanwhile, white is establishing piggies on the 7th. Rook a7 is a huge threat, and MVL has to get active pronto. He does with knight e4. Rook a7, queen e1 check looks unappealing for white. Maybe Nihal should play king h2 preemptively to set up that threat of rook a7. Then there's a check on d6, but that check doesn't seem as dangerous. It can be blocked by g3.
Right, g3 is there for white, but maybe a move like h5, h4 is on the cards for black. I wonder exactly how this line goes. So let's say rook a7, you give it check, king h2. Does black just take here, and after rook f7, check and knight e4? Is that what MVL has in mind?
I think it is, and I think it's important that the knight on f8 guards the h7 pawn. So even in a situation where white takes the pawn on g7, black plays king h8 and can buy himself some time to further his attacking goals. Instead, we see g3 by Nihal. Is he preparing king g2? MVL responds with the same type of move, g6, disliked by the eval bar.
But what about rook a7 now, Diane? Because queen e1 can be met with king g2, and the f2 pawn is guarded. Black can try knight d2 to try to slide into f1, but maybe just queen d3 there?
Queen d3 or even queen c1. White's got options in that position, but Nihal doesn't have a lot of time
Diane,
in this position.
This.
30 seconds.
Look at this. If you go rook a7, queen e1, king g2, knight d2, you threaten queen f1, right? So we go queen d3, and after knight e4, it might seem like that would force repetition. There's rook takes f7, and you guard the f2 pawn.
Very important observation. Rook takes f7 will defend that pawn on f2, and Nihal goes for it. This is classic Nihal. He's got 23 seconds. The position's still ultra complicated, and yet I think he's got full faith in his ability to sort through the complications. Rook a7, he's threatening the f7 pawn. Will we see queen e1 check, or will MVL double back and play the defensive move knight d6? Knight d6, there still could be rook takes f7, and queen c7. What an idea. Ooh.
Wow, what a find. But instead, MVL goes knight e6, second the pawn on the f7. What is the idea, Danya?
I think we're about to find out. Nihal has to take on f7. He's in too deep, and he's trying to figure it out frantically. He takes. What is MVL's concept here? Knight g5. Oh, rook takes h7.
Rook takes h7. If you take it, there's queen g6.
Rook takes h7 is winning. 3 seconds for Nihal. He drops back.
F6.
Also good.
Nihal is so good under time pressure, but he has to be careful because these top players will find a way to punish you. Will MVL take this pawn on h3? I guess there's just king g2.
I'm trying to figure out if rook takes g6 check is a threat, but I actually don't think so. I think the knights are guarding in that resulting position all of the potential mating squares.
Rook f8 therefore by MVL, but this is a pretty sad position. White's got an active rook in the 7th, h4. Okay, where does the knight go? I guess back to e4.
Back to e4, and white has to be patient because black has anchored himself to the f2 pawn. King g2 and f3 might be what the doctor ordered here. Instead, we see rook d7, but MVL could infiltrate f3 here with his queen.
Right, as the knight can still hold with knight f8. And Nihal made that move with 1.2 seconds.
Oh my gosh, rook back to a7. He's just sort of biding his time. The great thing about Nihal's position is that f2 is protected, and black doesn't really have all that many active ideas to stir up complications. Nihal also has a b-pawn that he could set in motion momentarily.
Exactly. So let's see what MVL is going to do. For the moment, queen c8 is a threat. He goes queen f3.
Oh!
He pushed up with 0.6. Like, how does he do
Oh! 0.9, 0.6, 0.6 again. Does MVL have nothing
Black
here?
does not... He doesn't have anything, it looks like. Like, you have a check king e2, but Nihal's got no time. If MVL can create one threat, I think he can trick Nihal, but I don't see how to do it.
I've done that. I've tried this so many times, and Nihal just pushing his pawn. Look at what he's doing. MVL has all of his pieces surrounding white's king. All he has are empty checks. Queen h1, king e2. 6 seconds now for MVL, and looks like Nihal's a couple accurate moves away from winning. His king is now in complete safety on the queen side.
But MVL also now getting along the clock. The king is sitting completely safe on b2, but queen c8 and queen g4, was that a checkmate? Or queen
That
b4?
was forced mate. Still not so clear. He's got to go queen b3. Knight c3. Nope,
b2.
that's it.
And you wiggle out of it. King c2, that's it, yeah.
That's it. You win the knight, you
What
win the
a game, Danya.
A masterpiece in the first game by Nihal. This is vintage Nihal star. And if you want somebody to get a sense of him as a blitz player, show them this game.
Yeah, he drops down to 1 second, but he just does not blunder, he doesn't flag, and he finds the best moves. Like, it's incredible.
Most players, when they get down, most experienced time scrambles, they're good at kind of keeping the status quo, They're good at making moves and not blundering mate. Nihal actually furthers the causes of his position. He actually actively tries to win the game with 1 second on the clock. He perceives all of the threats, and what I'm most impressed thereby is his ability to walk his king toward the center and the king side. He was surrounded by knights and a queen, and he didn't care.
Yep, he didn't care. He didn't blunder a fork. He didn't blunder mate. And that b-pawn in the end decided the game. Here we see MVL going very aggressive against a Petrov with h5, h6. Nihal just calmly plays the move h6 himself. MVL, I don't think sacking is a realistic possibility here.
What about g4 and g5?
That would be right up MVL's alley, but maybe you go like knight f6, g5, and knight e4. You fork the queen and the pawn in g5.
Yeah, g4, knight f6 is a problem. Maybe that could be met with rook g1, and typically white wants to get rid of the g-pawn to open up a file direct avenue toward black's king, but a different approach. Different approach taken by Maxime as he centralizes his knight. We might still see the black knight move out of the way to guard the f5 square.
Right, so knight c5, stopping the knight from jumping here, but now MVL goes f3, preparing that move g4. I guess he wants to follow up with rook to g1 and g5. I think the problem in the last game, Danya, was that MVL did not have any tricks. I think if there would be tricks for him, there would be a real possibility for Nihal to blunder, but there was not actually a single bit of counterplay for MVL, and that's why Nihal kept everything together.
All of the squares were defended, and speaking of keeping things together, Nihal dives his bishop into g5, engineering a series of trades. I don't think black minds a queen trade here. That would definitely reduce the possibility of a kingside attack almost down to 0. We do have that queen trade. I think we might see the move c4, trying to bite into black's pawn chain in the center.
Yeah, I love the move c4 in case black takes. Also, your own bishop comes to life. MVL plays king c1 first, making sure that there's never a backrank checkmate. Also bringing the king a little bit closer to the center. And perhaps the move c4 now.
I think c4 is the clearly the only way to generate problems for Nihal. Instead, MVL prioritizes centralizing his own king, but something about this looks a little bit awkward to me. I can't put my finger on what it is.
Yeah, right now c4 has really lost its appeal as it would open up the default, and that is where your king is located. You can go bishop to d3, but what are you really going to do? You can go pawn to h6, but I think black is just going to keep it close with the move g6, and his h-pawn can easily turn into a weakness. Now Nihal has a decision to make. He can trade his knight for the bishop, but is that really the way to go, Danya?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think knight a4 is also possible. That knight on c5 does have a lot of potential. Knight takes d3 and c5, though, is, I think, a viable approach as well. Just chase the knight away from the center. I think black has solved all of his problems. This looks like about an equal endgame, but because we have a piece imbalance, I don't think it's necessarily, going to be a quick draw.
Yeah, I like the move c5, setting his center in motion, also giving the bishop a little bit more room to move. Had he not played the move c5, I think MVL was looking at the move b4 to restrict black's pawn chain. Now we see the move f6 by Nihal, placing his pawns on dark squares because he is the light square bishop.
Are we going to see h6 at any point by MVL? I don't think so. Instead, we see the move f4, smashing through black's pawn cocoon on the king side.
Right, so let's see what Nihal is going to do. He can go g4, but that would place a pawn on the light squares. He can also keep the pawn here, but white's going to take, and then black will have double isolated pawns. It's a good question whether MVL is going to go h6, and I think here the threat might be stronger than the execution. White can always keep this idea on tap. I think after g4, you just go knight g3, and he will play it at the right moment.
Yeah, I don't love the move g4 here. It definitely restricts the mobility of the bishop. Nihal going for all of the trades here. He exchanges on f4, which does give white much better prospects now for his knight. MVL taking a pause here. He's thinking about king takes e1 and king f2 to keep the rook on h1 so that you can support the h6 breakthrough. I wouldn't overthink it, though. I would take with the rook and grab that open file. And I think Nihal intends to put his bishop on g4, Benjamin. Maybe it's this factor that's giving MVL pause, the fact that h5 is now a serious target.
Right, h5 is a target, but the pawn on d5 is a serious target as well. The knight on f4 can never be challenged as g5 is not available. There will always be pawn takes g6. And perhaps after bishop to g4, you can now play the move d4. Fix that weakness on d5, which will always be under pressure.
I think you should still play the move d4, and he does. And that really disarms that bishop on c6, which is now consigned to a passive existence, staring at its own weakness on d5. Maybe rook e8 is what Nihal intends here. Who benefits in the event of a rook trade? Hard to say, but clearly MVL's in the driver's seat now in this endgame.
Right, after rook e8, it kind of reminds me of that classic game between Karpov and Kasparov. White will have a slightly better knight than the bishop, which is kind of passive over here. And the king side has opened up a little bit, so that would potentially give MVL a path for his king.
Yeah, that is a very, very unpleasant endgame, and the h5 pawn is no longer an attackable target. Of course, white could support it with g2, g4, but you want to be careful about putting too many pawns on light squares, because that g-pawn would then be attackable by black's bishop from d7. So I think the knight on f4 is the star piece here for MVL. It's, again, a piece that's occupying a defensive role. It's defending h5, but it's also seizing control of important light squares in black's territory on e6 and on g6, and, of course, attacking the d5 pawn.
Exactly, yeah. I think you would rather put your pawn on g3, solidifying the knight a little bit. Also, that way you get your pawn off a light square. And we have the move rook e8 by Nihal. Diane, what a decision. Actually, Diane, what about this? What if we take on e8 if you recapture the king? What about knight e6, attacking the pawn? The only way to defend it is king f7, but then there's knight d8, and we go into the spawning game. Is that a draw, or is white winning there?
And let me tell you, that's exactly what Nihal just spent a minute evaluating. I think that pawn endgame has to be evaluated before you go for this endgame. And now MVL has to spend some time evaluating, but he played a little too quickly. I don't like the fact that he didn't pause and consider the move knight e6. Maybe he missed knight d8, but now that ship has sailed, and I think Nihal might have a fortress now.
Yeah, that looked like a nice opportunity, as you can also walk your king up the king side with king f5, maybe then g5 at the right moment.
That was winning. That pawn endgame was winning, Benjamin.
Yeah, like normally MVL is the type of guy to take his time there and calculate it all the way through and execute the win. But here it feels like he's still better, but is this actually winnable, Daya?
I think the only plan is to get your king to h4 and then push g5 and try to open up more territory on the king's side, and ultimately to infiltrate and win the g7 pawn. That's a very scary plan. I think the e-bow bar is only giving a modest edge, but I would take that and toss it in the trash. Under a minute for Nihal. This is a Herculean defensive task that awaits him in this endgame.
Yeah, for sure. We saw in the last game how he converted a winning position, but defending a worse position with no time on the clock is a very tough task, and he would be under serious pressure. Another plan for MVL would be to, let's say, go knight g2, king f4, knight e3, and move the knight f5.
Oh man, that looks pretty sexy as well. He's got these 2 plans to choose from. That's why he's pausing. King G3, King H4 is one. Knight back to G2, and then King up to F4, Knight E3, Knight F5 is the other. Both of them ultimately attack the same target, that G7 pawn, which right now might seem unattackable, but that's why knights are so good. They're good at jumping over obstacles and attacking what they want to attack.
Right, and the nice thing for black is that these pawns are on dark squares, not on the same color of the bishop. However, the downside is that you cannot defend the pawn. If you attack the pawn with the knight, it's simply going to be gone, right? As your bishop can only defend the light squares.
That's exactly right, and that is the main limitation of the bishop as a defensive piece. Okay, big moment here, MVL, with 2 distinct paths. They're similar in their ultimate target, and he goes for the Benjamin Bach approach. The knight drops back to G2. But does Nihal have to keep his pawns on the king side where they are? Could he play some sort of crazy move like F5? He goes G5. What a move!
I like this move by Nihal Dai, and now in case of H6, you can meet that with bishop to G6. G6 therefore was not good, as after H6 the pawn simply promotes. He is giving MVL a protected passer, but how do you actually push it through?
It's such a concrete move. It's such a difficult move for a newer player to play because it looks terrible. You're giving white a protected passer on the edge of the board. That is like a dream trump card. But the problem is that white lacks a bishop. Anytime white plays h6, black plants his bishop on g6. And this is the definition of a fortress. You've got all the assets, but you have no direct way to win.
Right, so let's see how MVL will try to create some problems here. Maybe what he can do is move his king over to the queen side, but I guess black can always build a wall of pawns with like b6 and a6. That being said, maybe if black takes that defense, then there's like a4, a5 to carve out some squares.
I think you have to try that because trying to find the right moment to play h6 is a losing proposition. There's no infiltration points for white's knight, so I think MVL has to lead his king to the queen side. It's definitely a draw objectively, but with 15 seconds, if you can create practical problems, I still think you give yourself a chance. Maybe drag black's king away from the center, then try to go like knight e7 and h6 in some position. I don't know, as he drops his knight back to e3.
Right, so king d6, here comes the king d2, king c3. I like this plan by MVL. I don't see how Nihal should defend. You can go king c6, but then the king is pretty far away from all of the action on the king side, and there might be like a knight f5 to e7 jump at the right moment.
Maybe b6 and a6, your defensive setup. He goes the other way. I think he's trying to push f5 and create active counterplay himself. This is actually scary for MVL as well. I mean, you could lose this if you go in too deep on the queen side. And MVL now down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. Nihal down to 4. So king b4 makes a lot of sense. I'm sure it's the move he's considering. He goes h6.
Preventing f5.
b4?
b4.
And there we go. But now,
and now takes in king b3. It's winning. Nihal is paralyzed.
That's it, yeah. Now here we see that Nihal got a little bit too long clock. The bishop over here is completely stuck. You just go king b6 and push the pawn. And black has got absolutely nothing on the king side.
And I want to draw attention, Benjamin, to that knight on e3. That is such a perfectly placed piece because you're stopping f5. And if you're stopping f5, black runs out of ideas. King c5, this is an elementary win for MVL. Oh, he can even take the pawn. Yeah, he's got all the time in the world.
Okay, here comes the king, but you just push the d-pawn, and these two passes are too much for black to handle. And MVL evens up the score.
He strikes back, and he strikes back with a model positional game. That was an equal endgame, a bit of a frustrating game for Nihal. It looked like he was on the cusp of building a fortress, but we know who doesn't believe in fortresses. He was playing this morning.
Exactly, yeah. And so Nihal switches it up now with a bit of a Jobava London-esque setup with knight f3, knight c3, and bishop to f4. But Dai, I think in that game, we saw that what Nihal dropped really low on time, and because of that, he wasn't quite able to defend. So he should be careful with his time management.
For sure. But I think that this will be a theme throughout this match. I think we will see a lot of situations where MVL has, a minute or two on the clock and Nihal has just a couple of seconds. And Nihal's ability to navigate the complications in those low time scenarios will be a deciding factor in this match. Now, this particular Jobava London system where the knight heads to b5 and drops back to a3 is one of Nihal's favorites. He's really, really good at this line. He understands a lot of the ideas here. I've lost a lot of games on the black side of this type of structure against Nihal.
Yeah, you might be wondering, what is the knight on a3 doing? But the knight on c7 is also somewhat misplaced. Also, the bishop on g7 is biting on granite. Very often, King's Indian players would love to put their pawn on d6 to follow up with e5. But right now, this bishop is passive. The bishop on b7 is passive as well. And white's bishop on f4 has got a lot more scope, and that's why Nihal can hope for an edge here.
And now the position resembles a traditional London. In fact, if you saw just this position, you would never guess that the knight reached d2 in this ultra roundabout manner.
Exactly, yeah. You would wonder though, how did these knights end up on d6 and f6? Normally they would be on, let's say, c6 and f6.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. Of course, the reason the black knight is on c7 has to do with knight b8 to a6. Which was necessary to guard a pawn that used to be on c7. So it's almost like this game is two games rolled into one, and this is the second stage. But I like White's position. All of his pieces are on the sort of perfect textbook London squares. He's got the clamp on the e5 square, and that's what's so annoying about playing this position for black. You don't really have any pawn breaks here. You just kind of have to shuffle your minor pieces, and it's not clear even how to do that.
Exactly, yeah. I don't know what MVL should do here. You can go bishop a6 to try to trade off the light squared bishops, but Nihal can now just play bishop to c2. He's ready to play knight e5, put some pressure in the center and on black's king. His queen can slide over to f3. And Danya, I don't really see an active plan for MVL here, and he's down on the clock.
Maybe knight c7 to e8 to f6. I've tried that particular maneuver a lot against Nihal. But even if you get your knight to f6, okay, congrats. You can get your knight to e4, but that doesn't materially impact this position in any way. We see queen c8 just kind of a semi-waiting move. I think Nihal might put his knight on e5 and continue improving.
And there we go. The knight has landed on e5. MVL struggling to come up with a plan. Knight e6 is possible, but you just slide the bishop all the way back to h2. And then what? Like I said, you can move your knight to f6. But then what? There are really no active plans here for black. And that is why MVL is spending so much time.
Of course, the same question exists on the other side. White's pieces, as pretty as they are, good pieces, as Tarish said, don't win you games. Good moves win you games. But it's much easier for Nihal to keep improving than it is for MVL to even keep the status quo.
Right, I like this move knight e6, so challenging the bishop on f4, and once that bishop drops back to h2, now he can go knight g5. At least his pieces are coming to life a little bit more. Queen e2 by Nihal, maybe now bishop a6, as bishop c2 is no longer available.
Great call, Benjamin. Bishop a6 removes the linchpin of White's setup. Without the light squared bishop, the e4 square will be accessible potentially to black's knights, and it feels like MVL has beaten back the kind of first wave of Nihal's attack. I like the trend of the game here for black, even though white is probably still better objectively.
Exactly, yeah. He's traded off a passive piece on the passive light squared bishop for white's active light squared bishop on d3. His knight can potentially jump into e4. I think the edge, though, for white is the fact that his bishop on h2 is probably still better than the bishop on g7, which isn't doing a whole lot. His knight on e5 is more active, and also black's queenside can still be a little bit tender.
It most certainly can be. You can envision in the long run ideas like rook a3 and rook b3. The b6 pawn, it is a backward pawn. And I think Nihal might go for the queen trade here and try to change the nature of the position if MVL captures with a queen, which is not a given, but he just did. And indeed, we will get another endgame. This one a lot more pleasant for Nihal than the one in the previous game, obviously.
Yeah, it goes knight d3, pressuring that pawn on c5. And Danya, he's also pressuring the knight on d6. So if you go rook c8, I think white would happily trade off the bishop for the knight and then go knight f4. And then the pawn on d5 is simply undefendable.
That's crazy. All your pieces are clustered around the center, and you can't defend, your biggest pawn on d5. So is knight b7 the way to play here for black? Because white actually has two threats, right? There's c5, which is hanging, and there's bishop takes d6, which is a very serious positional threat.
Right, and he goes for your move knight to b7. There was also knight e4, but white can perhaps just take and then go f3. Nihal goes king to f1, bringing his king to the center. So now let's see what MVL is going to do. He still does not have an active plan. I mean, you can move the rook back at some point, but then you always have to reckon with this move bishop to c7, and e5 for the moment is not available.
Nihal has done a good job of accelerating his pace in this position, and that's because he's so familiar with this structure. I think in certain types of openings, we see Nihal play a lot faster than usual, And that bodes really well for his chances in the endgame. That knight on d2, I'm also looking at that knight and I'm saying, well, what's the ideal place for that knight? And it's probably the b5 square. There's a juicy outpost that's calling white's name, so knight b1, knight a3, knight b5 is also an idea to explore if you're Nihal. Of course, if you play knight b1, then the knight on g5 can also jump into its own outpost on e4.
Yeah, no, love that idea right there. So maybe knight b1 right here. He goes h4, kicking the knight back. It has to go to h7. And now he's gaining space on the king side.
And he's not attacking. I think newer players might think that white's attacking on the king side. No, the idea is, as you said, to gain space, control important squares. But this could also backfire. You could bite off more than you can chew if you're not careful. Now you have to decide whether you're playing g5, and he does.
G5 looks like a nice move, and Diane, this actually could turn into an attack. Let's say you go knight e8, maybe white just takes, plays rook g1, followed by h5. If you trade on g5, white can easily take advantage of the h-file with rook h1, bishop b5 to follow, and is he going to go for it here?
I love that this idea is positional and tactical at the same time. He's garnering squares for his pieces, knight f3. Now he's got the clamp on the dark squares in the center. But after something like knight e5, you're right, Benjamin, this could absolutely turn into a mating attack down the h-file in the long run. Now I feel like the trend of the game is once again in white's favor.
Yeah, it looks great here for Nihal. MVL does not have a single pawn break. b5 is not available. You can take on d4, but white just recaptures with the e-pawn. And Diane, I really like this idea of knight e5, and after a trade, you recapture with the knight. Then you go knight to g4. You clamp down on any f6, f5 pushes. You move your rook to h1. You move your bishop out of the way, and then after knight f6 takes, you double the rooks. And it's just going to be checkmate along the h-file.
Normally, these types of long plans are unrealistic because the opponent will respond with an active idea of their own, and you will have to respond to that. But because of your point, the black lacks pawn breaks, you actually can plan for the future, right? You can plan for the time that you're 60 and can, finally pull money out of your IRA. This is only a couple of moves away, right? Knight e5, that's one move. Knight g4, rook h1. We're only talking about 3 or 4 moves, and black will be then staring down the barrel of a really nasty attack down the h-file.
Right, so Nihal spending his time here. He moves the other knight to e5, okay, and we see the trade. And I guess his knight is headed to g4.
Indeed. What does MVL do? If he takes on e5, he merely exacerbates those glaring dark square weaknesses on the king side. I think that this, can we say that it's almost borderline lost here for black?
I mean, it's still a little bit early to call this loss, but it looks extremely problematic. I think white has got real chances here of launching a deadly attack along the h-file.
Absolutely. Now MVL down under a minute. I'm at a loss for moves here. Rook a7. Okay, he's gearing up for potentially a king run. I mean, he might have to evacuate his king via f8 and e8, and maybe he was trying to prevent knight d7 check, which would fork the king and the b6 pawn. I think we're going to see king f8 and king e7, and I think that might be black's best practical chance, seeking shelter in the center, but white could still infiltrate down the h-file, even with a black king absent from the king side.
Exactly. I think black has to get that king out of there as quickly as possible. If Nihal goes knight g4, maybe then all of a sudden you go bishop d6 and the king can no longer run, and then knight f6. That pawn on f6 will completely freeze the king over here, and then you double the rooks. So MVL, he's down to 20 seconds, and I think, like I said, he just has to run, and there he goes.
And I think we will see knight g4 by Nihal, clamping down on those dark squares, e5 and f6. And white doesn't even have to play bishop h2 to e5. White can just tip the bishop over to g3, and that might be even better because the g7 bishop is actually a target. You might not want to trade that bishop. You might want to attack it with your rook instead.
Exactly, yeah. No, I think that's much better because where does the bishop go? You can go to f8, but that looks extremely passive. Nihal instead goes bishop f4. Danya, so far this has been a masterclass by Nihal.
2 incredible positional games, and this one is not complete yet. He needs to finish this off with a couple accurate moves. Don't forget about the queen side. That b6 pawn, it could be attacked in some cases with a bishop from c7, and Nihal is really, really good at using both sides of the board. These are professional attacks, right? Oftentimes you have to exploit weaknesses everywhere, and he plays it. Bishop c7, rook takes g7, and rook h8 apparently is a winning idea, but that's unfindable. Or is it?
That is a very nice idea. The idea is to go knight f6 and rook e8 checkmate. Whoa. What do? You can go king d7 though, but you move the bishop anyway. Knight f6 is unstoppable.
You could also get your h1 rook to f3. I think we might see rook h3, rook f3, and then knight f6. Oh, he's found it!
He goes for it.
He's found it.
Wait, but now rook
he goes
a8?
for the rook a8, bishop takes b6. It's still losing. Positionally, you're busted.
Right,
Look at
you
the
take
dark
on b6,
squares.
you take on c5, threatening mate. So now you have to go king d6 to c7.
5 seconds for MVL. The threat is bishop c5 and rook h8, and he's just resigned. This is a epic positional win by Nihal.
That was a great game by Nihal. And, I see all of these memes about the London. Now the London players are laughing back. They're like, okay, you look at that win. That was a great one by Nihal.
I think lost in, the details of those trolley battles is the fact that the London actually is a great opening. It's a dangerous opening. Nobody really likes to play against it. And Nihal is a specialist in that opening. It's 2-1.
Right. Danya, did Nihal mess up the opening here? Because I think after c4, now you don't have a good response. Normally, or is it still fine after knight c6? Is this still the theory?
Man, I don't play this for either color. I definitely don't play the Petrov for black. With white, I've mostly relied on sidelines. And I think we're going to see knight c3 here and the hanging pawn structure, which feels pretty good for white because that queen on d5 is not safe. It's not a good blockader because it can be so easily pushed away by either a minor piece or a pawn from c4.
Right. Knight c6 is a super important move, as now, in case white takes on rook e1, the bishop on e7 is defended. So let's see what MVL is going to do. He goes rook e1. Now I expect bishop to f5. And then after knight c3, we will probably see some trades.
And it's important to indicate that after bishop f5, if white takes on e4 and plays knight c3, that looks like it wins a minor piece. But black has the move bishop takes f3, counterattacking white's queen. So the tactics work out in black's favor here, which is why white generally plays knight c3 and orchestrates these minor piece trades.
Right, because I think after all those trades, that just leads to an equal endgame. So probably MVL is going to play this move. You can also develop your bishop, let's say to f4 to target this pawn. But I think we're still in Petrov theory, as if I'm not mistaken. But hey, I also don't play the Petrov.
Although maybe MVL doesn't play this line either because he's the one taking large chunks of time here. Maybe he is skeptical about Nihal's opening setup, but it doesn't look like there's anything direct here. I think you have to go knight c3, and it feels like white is slightly better in that resulting position. What is MVL looking for here?
It's a good question. I think overall, Nihal can be quite satisfied with the way the match is going. He's been putting pressure in these Nihal type of positions with white. And with black, yes, he lost the first game, but he had a fine position out of the opening. And here he seems to be doing fine as well.
Bishop f4. So he delays the development of his knight to c3 and instead gets his bishop out, hits c7. And knight takes d4. I'm too lazy to consider that move. No, it doesn't work because of bishop takes e4.
Right. Yeah, you cannot take over there. Also, in case of a move like rook c8, maybe then you can take an e4, play knight c3. And if we go down that line once again, it might be a little bit better for white as after rook takes c7. This pawn is hanging. Your bishop on d1 is hanging as well. So white should win at least a pawn there.
Maybe we can make those moves on the board really quickly and pull up an analysis board. I think that's a very instructive line. Just to help players visualize that endgame, knight c3, bishop f3, everything is captured. And it's so important, Benjamin, I think you'll second me on this too. One of the hardest aspects of chess is to evaluate positions at the end of a long line because they're kind of blurry in your mind. But this is clearly a one-sided endgame, even if it is a draw objectively.
Right, instead we see the move bishop b4 by Nihal. By the way, fun fact, rook a8 turns out to be just a losing move after queen b3 as the queen is hanging and you're just losing the knight. But bishop b4, much better by Nihal.
Okay, rook e3. We've got a very messy position all of a sudden. The knight on e4, right? That is the centerpiece. That is the chief factor. Is that knight a strength or is it going to be targeted by white's queen? Can white take on c7 here? I mean, lots of questions.
You can, but I guess black just goes rook to d7, attacking the bishop, and then after the bishop moves, then you take on d4. And Danya, I love what Nihal is doing. All of his pieces are in the game, and MVL still has not developed his knight on b1. Now it no longer can. And also this rook is still stuck on a1.
I don't understand why Maxime procrastinated with the move knight c3, and he procrastinated so much that now he can't play that move at all, and he's got a hard time completing his queenside development. Now, the d4 pawn was untouchable earlier, but it's not going to be untouchable forever. It is a weakness. It is an isolated pawn. And I think Nihal can calmly drop his knight back to f6 And he's going to be better because MVL has awkward piece coordination, and he's got this long-term weakness on d4.
Yeah, I like knight f6, just addressing the threat on the knight. This trade is pretty fine for black. The pawn on d4 is still hanging. So, looks pretty good for Nihal. I mean, I don't think all of these lines work. So, like I said, I think it just has to drop back the knight.
This may seem irrelevant, but in the event that white takes on c7, black's response could actually be rook d8 to c8, because there is a back rank weakness. As long as white doesn't develop his knight, there's a back rank weakness that could be exploited. Instead, Nihal goes very direct. Speaking of back rank weakness, whoa, is there queen takes b2 here? Oh my gosh. Is there queen takes b2?
There is. If you take an e4, queen takes b2 looks crushing.
It wins the
If you take queen,
game.
there's rook d1. So what do you even do here with white? MVL just
Knight
down
c3. Only move. You have to get the knight out and guard your back rank. But after bishop c6, the smoke finally clears and it looks like black is somewhat better.
Black is definitely better, but I think if you're MVL, you're happy that you're not lost, right? Because it easily could have been, right? If queen takes b2 would have landed, white is just getting crushed. But here, after bishop c6, yes, black is better because of the bishop pair, but white is still very much in the game.
I think Nihal is trying to assess bishop takes g2, which is a discovered attack on the bishop, but there is bishop e5 there, and the queen can't land on a square where it guards the bishop on g2, because d5, g4, and e4 obviously are all under white's defense. So I think Nihal just has to satisfy himself with a bishop pair and better piece activity in that open center position.
Right, you can also go bishop d3, attacking the queen, so that after the queen moves, you can then address the threat on the pawn. The problem, however, is that after bishop d3, white goes queen f3, also attacking this pawn over here, and they bring the idea of rook d1 into the position.
Great point. Nihal taking a long time here. He's down below 90 seconds, but I think he feels that this position is relatively easy to play. And there isn't a lot of risk for black. It's not easy to make a blunder. And we know how comfortable Nihal is, even in middle games when he's got a couple seconds on the clock.
Right, he has to be careful though. He's dropping down to a minute, but I think Danya, after bishop c6, he's doing absolutely fine. He's probably just better. White probably has to take this pawn over here. Could MVL also, bishop e5 and rook g3, I don't think is that effective, as black always has to move f6.
I think that's a paper tiger, and I think MVL makes the correct decision. Now, another decision for black. Where does he go? Rook d7 or rook e8? I like rook e8. It disarms white's rook on e3. That's the same rook, which could have later slid over to g3 and attacked g7. So a comfortable position here for Nihal. We might get a bunch of trades down the e-file. We might get an endgame here. And I think MVL has to position, okay, bishop e5, keeping the pieces on the board.
Right now, Nihal has to move his queen. I like to move queen h4, maybe queen g5 potentially, threatening checkmate on g2. You can also move the queen to like c5 or d7, but yeah, and he goes for queen d7. I guess he wants to reposition his queen on the f5 square.
Good move. Queen f5 is what we will see. The queen aims at the bishop, preventing the white rook from moving out of the e-file. Importantly, the bishop on c6 guards the rook on e8, so there are no shenanigans with bishop takes g7. None of that will work because the rook on e8 is safely protected. Moreover, that rook on e8, two can play at the rook lift game. It can move up to e6 and later to g6, and you can also double on the eighth rank on the e-file and exert pressure on white's bishop on e5.
Right, and another unpleasant idea here would be to move bishop to c5. Hitting the rook on e3, the rook can move as I would leave the bishop on e5 hanging. I suppose you still have to move bishop to d4, but everything starts to become a little bit loose for white, and that's why we see MVL also spending some time here. Maybe he should just play a move like h3, create some loop for his king, and pass the move to Nihal.
Yeah, sometimes when you can't figure out what to do, the answer is that you essentially should do nothing, right? You should make a healthy waiting move, and that's exactly what he does. A very mature decision by MVL, not doing anything drastic, tossing the ball back into Nihal's court, and given that Nihal has 30 seconds, it's a pretty effective strategy. Now 28 seconds for Nihal Sarin. We're going to see another one of those vintage Nihal time scrambles.
Right, and even though he's better here to position, it could potentially still flip around. There's still a lot of pieces on the board. MVL's got a knight. They can be tricky in time scrambles. I think he's taking a little bit too much time.
10 seconds for Nihal. He is a glutton for punishment. He's going to play the rest of this game in single-digit time. This is crazy. He's got rook e6. He's going after MVL's king, threatening rook g6. But rook g6, Benjamin, is not a horrible threat. I think white can block either with his rook or with his bishop. Although that bishop c5 idea could potentially end up being nasty. Rook g6 here. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, Rook g6 looks good. Wait, he takes on c3. That's a pretty
Bailout
timid
move.
decision. Now MVL can just recapture, and he's absolutely fine. But I love the move Rook g6 there. How do you defend? Now you can go Rook g3, but black can take, and you have to weaken your pawn structure.
Yeah, I think if Nihal had maybe 10 more seconds, he would have gone for the immediate Rook g6. He's trying to minimize his risk, mitigate his risk. Because with opposite colored bishops, anytime black trades queens, I think we're going to head in the direction of a draw. Queen f2, I think that's where we're going.
Yeah, queen f2. He's probably going to trade. You can also keep the queens on the board. But maybe then just rook e1. He goes queen e5. Okay.
Rook
MVL
e2.
Can, but then there's rook d8. So MVL could just take the pawn.
He should take the pawn,
and
he does take the pawn, and Nihal has to make some luft, and he does. And even a pawn down, I think black isn't really risking here, Benjamin, because white's pawns are disjointed on the queen side, and they're never going to amount to anything, even in a middle game.
Exactly. Queen c4. It's even difficult to see how you hang on to this pawn. But for the moment, MVL is keeping his extra pawn on the board. Rook a8. I mean, rook a1.
Rook e8, rook e1, rook a8. We might get a repetition exactly in that way. 2 seconds for Nihal, and it's MVL who goes for it. But I don't see Nihal losing this game. He's got no weaknesses.
But he's got no time, so I think absolutely correct decision by MVL to play on here. King h2, and at the right moment, maybe rook f4 to g4.
Okay, rook f4, queen e2 had to be assessed. He goes queen f4 and undoubles his pawns. Now it's MVL who's technically the one pressing, but it still looks like a dead draw to me. Black's pieces are sufficiently active here, and that bishop on c6 will survive a nuclear apocalypse. Oh, careful. Careful now if you're MVL. Don't get yourself mated.
I like what he's doing, though. He's pushing this a pawn up the board. In case black would have taken, it would hang the b7 pawn. I don't see a way to get checkmate, though, as bishop to g2 is currently unavailable.
And suddenly there's a threat of white's rook infiltrating the 6th rank. He's trying to get his rook to b6, and Nihal has to avoid bishop c6 because a6 undermines the bishop. This is getting a little bit scary. MVL doing a great job of generating chances. He's going to flag!
And he flags!
He flagged. And he's punished.
What a game, Danya. What a game. That was incredible. Yeah, it's a tough position, and we've talked about this before. It's incredible how usually he doesn't blunder, he doesn't flag, but sometimes he does. It's very easy with only 1 second of increment.
And Benjamin, this wasn't a flashy conversion by MVL, but the fact that he generated chances in that opposite colored bishop position, which originally was a dead draw, was incredible. Nihal overpressed. He should have swapped queens when he had a chance. And he's going to be punished if he always gets himself to single-digit time in a middle game. That's how good MVL is. Anyways, the score after 4 games is all tied up at 2 apiece as we enter our midpoint break of the 5+1 segment. Benjamin, I don't think anybody is surprised that we've got a tied match.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the fact that the match is tied. So let's see what happens in the other half of this portion.
And we will be back with more SCC action presented by Coinbase on the other side of this short break.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, there probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com.
Welcome back, or shall I say welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. There is the Frenchman with 3 names as he shovels down a couple of pre-game snacks. We are halfway through the 5-minute portion of the match between Nihal Sard and MVL. The score all tied at 2 apiece. White has won 4 games. Black has won 0. It's been a very high-level match, close match. Everything that we've expected, that we've asked for, we have gotten, Benjamin Buck.
Yeah, no, for sure. Nihal took the lead in the match, but MVL, he won a position that seemed completely unwinnable. He went up a pawn, hang on to it, and in Nihal's time trouble, he created practical problems that led to Nihal losing on time.
Yeah, that was a frustrating game for Nihal because he was in the driver's seat. His Petrov against MVL's 1e4 has been going pretty well. He's gotten the positions that he wants out of the opening. So I don't think we're going to see any drastic adjustments on Nihal's side. On MVL's side, it was concerning the kind of position that he's been getting out of Nihal's London system. He might want to make some changes.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think he used the break to check the London system real quick, check what he had to do there differently. I think he played pretty well for the most part, but I think usually Black should go for a quick like f6 to e5 there. And also he might want to switch up his 1e4, like what he's doing with White, because he didn't really get anything from his White games.
And there we see Nihal, the expert in the Jababa London. He is so dangerous with the white pieces. He seems to be in pretty good spirits, talking to someone there off camera. His SCC record is stellar. He's defeated so many top players. In his previous year's SCC appearances, he has won the JSCC. Dingley Ren, Anish Giri, Richard Report, Alexander Grishuk are among his victims. He's so impressive, Benjamin, and the fact that he's under 2,700 doesn't fool anybody. He can absolutely go very, very high in the SCC. But anyways, our next game is underway. This is game 5. The score is 2-2, and we've got another 43 minutes of 5+1 to play. They are reprising the opening from the first game.
Yeah, I think Nihal did get a slight edge here. E3, he's going to follow with H3 to give this bishop a little bit of lift on H2, and also, of course, his king. I wonder what exactly MVL is going to do differently. Maybe MVL did not mind this position as much, but he did not like the position he got in the Grunfeld, where White went for the Jobava London setup.
Yeah, no question that this was a better relative position to the third game. But at the same time, it still felt like Nihal had gained a slight edge out of the opening. This time, MVL eschews the early b7, b5 that we saw and develops his knight to a6. Probably that is merely a transit point for the knight because it has no future on a6, especially after Nihal's last move.
Right, and I like that Nihal has played the move rook to c1, as now black can no longer go b5, as there will always be knight takes b5 instead. MVL goes rook e8, but I think after bishop e2 and queenside castles, White is having a very slight edge.
Agreed, and what exacerbates the situation for black is the placement of the queen on c8. You would want to park that queen, d7, c7, but neither of those squares are accessible. c7's controlled, and if you play queen d7, you run right into knight f3 to e5. So MVL just kind of trying to contort himself, maybe get some pieces off the board, make this easier to play. I think he's just learned a beautiful tactic, and he sees it instantly. Bang, bang,
Exactly.
bang, bang.
Bishop takes a6. And exactly, you take here and you take on d5, and the queen is hanging at the end. And yeah, what do you do? I mean, there is bishop before the end, but then even queen h5, and you defend the knight to make sure that you don't have to double your pawns.
How quickly did Nihal, and not only did he find it quickly, he had the confidence to execute the moves within a couple of seconds. He's won a pawn. Let's not overstate the case. The game isn't over. In fact, queen h5 is a very important resource. Otherwise, black would take on f3. Oh my gosh, there's bishop takes f3 and rook takes e3.
Rook takes e3.
Draw.
Wow.
And MVL with a wry smile. He sees it.
For sure. Yeah, it's almost like the tactic that he initially blundered, right? With bishop takes e6, and then the whole sequence of knight takes d5, and here he can... Oh, he goes rook e6. Do you think he missed it altogether, or he just didn't like it after, let's say, rook e1?
I was going to actually say, maybe he's... I know it sounds crazy, but black might be playing for a win here. White's king is really, really weak. A move like queen d7 here sets up really nasty threats against the h3 pawn. I'm very bemused at Nihal's decision to allow bishop takes f3 when he had the move queen h5 in his pocket. I feel like he's regretting that decision. Rook takes e3, the fact remains, was a really beautiful drawing tactic.
Yeah, I'm surprised that MVL missed that after queen e7. He still has pretty reasonable compensation. Like you said, I'm shocked that Nihal did not play queen h5, defending the knight on f3, and that looked like a very clean extra pawn. Now he has to go like king h2, meet rook h6 with f5. It's still holding together, but MVL can also try to bring this other rook into the action. Rook e8, rook e8, rook e4. It takes a long time, but in the meantime, what exactly is White going to do?
Yeah, I think that's the X factor. Can black get that other rook out of a6 and toward the center, toward the king side? Nihal going for the path that you prescribed. MVL induced the move f5 and now goes back to the center, threatening rook d5, which would pick off the f5 pawn. What is Nihal's response to this threat?
Right, you
queen
cannot
e5.
get e4, but look at this queen e5. Now, in case of rook d5, there's queen b8, and you force the trade of queens. So MVL goes rook to 8, but now there's time for a rook g1, threatening checkmate over here. And Nihal has nicely positioned his pieces on the queen side, on the king side.
You can also consider dropping your queen along this diagonal to f4 or even g3, aiming at the rook, aiming at the g7 pawn, and really clinging to that f5 pawn with your teeth. Still feels like Nihal's in the driver's seat. A lot depends on the future of this f5 pawn. Can Nihal keep it using tactical methods, or will MVL eventually win it back and restore material equality?
Yeah, perhaps at some point Nihal will have to bank on the move rook to c5 and go for that trade to make sure he doesn't hang this pawn. However, the pawn on c5 becomes a little bit vulnerable. Black then also gets the open default for their queen to create counterplay with moves like queen at d2. So let's see what Nihal is going to do, who again drops down on the clock.
Big moment here. Rook g1, queen g3. You could play the immediate rook c5 and try to preempt. Rook d5, of course, that would run into b6, but then the c6 pawn is weakened. So there's a lot to consider here if you're Nihal, and he's been doing this throughout the match. He's not afraid to take well over a minute on a single move. They're going down exactly the path that you laid out. Rook c5, there's a trade, and now MVL is heading for e5, an excellent square for his rook.
Yeah, rook e8, nice move, threatening rook e5, which would fork the pawns on f5 and c5. It's not easy to see how you hang on to those down. You can play b4, let's say, defend the pawn on c5, and after rook e5, go e4. But then black gets moves like queen to d4, and the pawn on b4 is very vulnerable. And in the meantime, it's difficult for white to create real threats on the king side.
In a way, this is reminding me of the previous game, where Nihal's been in the driver's seat since the opening, since he found that beautiful tactic. But then he lets his clock run down, and sometimes he has the capacity to overpress and try a little bit too hard. Let's see if you can play more objectively here and keep more time on his clock. b4 is on the board, so he secures the c5 pawn. But after rook e5, he'll have another big decision to make. a4, never mind.
I'm surprised by that decision by MVL. I thought he should have traded on b4, and that b4 pawn would have always been a weakness. But instead, he's banging on the a3 pawn. But it's always going to take such a long time to get there. You're going to have to go queen d3, take the pawn. And in the meantime, white for sure will have some threats cooked up on the king side.
Definitely. Now, queen g3 is in Nihal's pocket as a way to aim at the g7 pawn. He's got to decide whether he plays e4 in this position. And my instinct would be to play e4, but then you are giving up the d4 square. And once the queen lands on d4, it's also pressuring the f2 pawn. So that's a pretty unpleasant thing to allow. Maybe e4, queen d3 is also on the horizon for MVL. But then queen c7. So a lot to calculate here.
Yeah, I think you always want to play a move like rook e5 first to shut the queen out from coming to c7 or b8, and then go for stuff like queen e3. But now Nihal's got time, so let's see what he can do. He goes rook g4, so after rook e5, maybe he's... Well, what do you think he's planning?
Well, he's got two pieces now, both of his pieces on the fourth rank, so maybe he wants to shuttle his queen over to d4, and he wants to say, listen, I'm going to give up the f5 pawn, but then you're going to have to give me superior rook placement in the endgame. That's a very high-level idea by Nihal, and I think it's a great way to keep the heat on MVL.
Yeah, trading looks very risky for black. White can just recapture, and after rook takes f5, I think you just play f4, and the rook on f5 is completely stuck, and in the meantime, white is going to pick up these pawns on the queen side, and rook d5 for sure is not available, as you just trade and play b5 and c6.
And then b6 at the end is a very important breakthrough. Black is one tempo away from stopping the pawn. MVL has to calculate that, which means he's out of options. Rook d5 here would be a great move, except it runs into queen takes f6. That detail had to be foreseen by Nihal when he was playing rook g4.
And after rook takes f5, there's rook takes g7. So can MVL just take the pawn on f5, or is there a check? King f7 and queen c7, maybe rook e7, you take on g7. We go down this queen in game. Is this winning, Danya?
It's hard to say, and I would be very scared of going for this if I'm MVL. He takes a different approach. The queen moves away to c7, and now he's going to take on f5. And now there is no back rank check. Maybe Nihal rushed his response king g2. It did seem forced, but the engine was indicating another possibility. Queen to d1, though. Nihal eyeing that a4 pawn, but does he have time to take it with his king as weak as it is?
I don't think so. Now his rook is under attack. I guess he has to go rook d4 or rook g3. Quite a big decision to make here. If you go rook d4, there will always be an unpleasant check on g5. He goes back to g3.
Okay, now the pawn on a4 cannot be directly defended, because after b5 there is on peasant, c takes b6. So MVL has to abandon that pawn, and queen f7 is such a high-class move. Aiming for d5, queen d5 check, will cause further weaknesses in white's position. I think Nihal should not touch that pawn on a4.
No, for sure. Taking the pawn looks extremely risky. There's going to be queen d5, maybe followed by queen d2. And the pawn on f2 will be extremely uncomfortable to defend. And Danya, we talked about this earlier, how white could essay a queen trade on the d file. Maybe black can do that here with queen d5, as the rook on g3 is kind of out of the game.
And it's exactly the same problem that faced black, except now it faces white. The a3 pawn, which MVL fixed all those moves ago with the move a4, that could actually come in handy, which is why I think Nihal refrains from allowing the queen trade. He plays the move e4. And now rook f4 or rook e5? Rook e5.
He goes for rook e5, hitting the pawn queen d4. But the pawn on d4 is somewhat weak. Maybe just queen e7. Or queen e6 is possible, but it allows this check on d8. I don't know if you want to do that. He goes king h7 instead. And Danya, we've talked about this before. Nihal had a slight edge. He was up a pawn. But MVL right now is certainly in the driver's seat, especially if you look at the clock.
Absolutely. 12 seconds for Nihal. Lots of pawns that he's got to defend. He goes rook e3. I think that is a good spot, a good defensive spot for his rook. He's defending both h3 and e4. And he's got something resembling I don't want to say a fortress, but a good solid defensive construction. Queen back to D1, attacking A4. MVL, storm clouds starting to gather around White's king. This is getting really, really practically unpleasant for White. 5 seconds for Nihal. Can he hold this together? E5.
Right, he goes E5, and maybe like Rook F5 taking the pawn on F2, and it's quite uncomfortable to defend that pawn. The pawn on E5 can also always be taken, although I think if you take right now, there's Queen D3, and Nihal might be able to escape with a perpetual.
That is Nihal's idea. Queen D3 check, and he will hunt after Black's king. I don't think that MVL can escape the perpetual. He's certainly trying, though. King H6 and Queen D6 check, Rook G6. And you might get checkmated if you take on E5. Queen B1.
This has to be when Queen C2, and then you zigzag to D1
and take
D3,
H3.
and pick up the pawn at H3.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
what a beautiful win. Queen C2, and
check.
you can't go to E1 because of Rook G1 mate. It's a loss.
Oh, Rook G1
mate.
That's the game.
Oh.
Wow.
My gosh. King F1 was also losing, but it would have taken a little bit more precision from MVL, and he wins the first victory for either side of the black pieces, and the Frenchman with 3 names leads this match by 1.
What a turnaround, Danya. We saw Nihal winning that pawn in the middle game, and it seemed that he just had a risk-free position, but MVL combined the pressure on Nihal's king and on the clock, and he managed to win that one.
And we're just so used to complete excellence from Nihal with a couple of seconds that, we almost take it for granted that he's going to get a position with 5 seconds to his opponent's minute and be fine. But MVL's one of those guys that you can't do that against reliably, right? You're going to drop some games if you keep doing that to yourself with queens on the board and with a position tactical. Nihal is a wizard, but there's only so much that even a wizard can do with 3 seconds to calculate crazy lines.
Yeah, no, we saw in the first game that he managed to convert his advantage into a win. But overall, Danya, I think he really has to play a little bit faster. We saw also in game 4 how he managed to lose a position that seemed risk-free. So I think as long as there is some risk in the position, MVL can really turn anything around when Nihal gets low on time.
And we have our first opening change of the match. This started out as a Caro-Kann, an advanced variation. And now we have a structure that resembles, I don't know, a French. Bishop takes H6, by the way. Yeah, you got to consider it.
Right, and then both knights can jump into the action, knight H5 and knight G5. MVL is looking at it for sure.
The wheels are turning in his brain right now. Bishop takes H6, GH, Queen G6. A tactic that's similar in some way to that Rook takes C3 tactic that he didn't end up playing in the previous game and ended up getting rewarded for that because he ultimately won the game. Now, Bishop takes H6 is not forced. You can also play Bishop H4. Obviously, Black then cannot play G5 because of that same check on G6.
Right. Yeah, I like the move Bishop H4. You can combine it with a move like Knight H5, putting some pressure on the knight, maybe Queen G6 potentially. But I'm sure MVL is looking at this. So let's have a look. So takes, you give a check, the king steps over, you take over here. Knight H7, maybe then like Knight H5, or do you take over here? What exactly is going through his mind right now, Danya?
Well, he's weighing the options. Bishop takes H6, if it works, could lead to a quick victory, but I don't think it's the kind of sacrifice that has the capacity to win in like 5 moves, because Black can hide on H8 with his king and then cover it with Knight F6 to H7. I agree with MVL's decision. I think Bishop H4 keeps all of the assets in his position. And if you think about this strategically, Benjamin, he's got that E5 square under lock and key, which is why I like the move Knight H5. If you trade a pair of knights on F6, you increase your control over the E5 square.
Exactly. It will be much more difficult to ever get that E5 push in. He can then double up the rooks on the E file. Black can block the E file for the moment with knight E4, but White can always move that knight out of the way. Go knight D2, trade. Nihal instead takes with the G pawn. Wow.
He takes with the G pawn, and I think that's precisely why he wants to guard the E5 square, but he's traded one ailment for another. Now his king is very, very weak. His pawn structure is flimsy, and it feels like positionally he's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, I like this for MVL. You can trade on G3 and then play E5, but that's going to weaken the F5 square. White can then go knight H4 to F5, threaten all sorts of forks. In case of E4, the queen can always slide back to D2, put some more pressure over here. The queen can slide into F4. So, like you said, he's traded off one weakness for another.
And he's probably contemplating the move E5, which looks fancy. It looks like a nice move, but it weakens the F5 square. And the queen can sink its teeth into that square, and then the knight from F3 can dive into H4. Ugh, this is yucky. This is a yucky position for Black.
I don't like it at all. White is very easy play here. Also just rook e2 followed by rook a1, putting some pressure on opponent e6. So the position really plays itself here for MVL.
I think it's an instructive position for newer players who might think that after e5, black controls more of the center, and so black's got to be fine. But that doesn't tell the whole story. Just because you have pawns on d5 and e5 doesn't mean anything. White's got massive pressure on that center, and there are so many squares that you're weakening with that move. He plays e5, trying to generate active counterplay in the center, but queen f5 is going to put a serious damper on that. Or knight h4.
I love the move. Yeah, I love both of those moves. Knight h4 to f5 looks great, and that's what MVL goes for. There's no good way for Nihal to stop it. You can, again, go e4, but it's going to weaken even more squares. So, I don't know, Diane. It looks tough for black.
Yeah, e4. Any move you make with a pawn is just going to create more weaknesses. Like e4 opens up some dark squares, and the queen can drop back to d2. Let's not forget about the h6 pawn, which is isolated, and it is eminently attackable by white's queen and knight.
Right, so maybe you have to play a move like queen to h7 to try to get the queens off. He goes bishop d6 instead. His idea is to meet knight f5 with bishop f8 and bring the bishop to the defense. But maybe at some point, Daya, MVL could go for like rook e3 and bring the rook over to the h or g file.
Absolutely. Rook e3, rook 8, e1 is a great multi-purpose idea, setting up the rook lift and increasing the pressure on e5. I would play it right now. Rook e3, no drawbacks to that move.
Right, perhaps what Nihal has to do after rook e3 is trade on d4, trade off the rooks to make sure that the rook never joins the attack. However, you give white the open f-file to work with. You can go bishop f4, guard the pawn, rook f1 to f3 to g3, and if the king moves over, there's knight g6. So this could lead to a deadly attack for MVL.
Black has 0 active prospects here. Any muscle that he moves is just going to create more prospects for white's pieces. I think it's worth mentioning that the top engine move here is a5, which really tells you all that you need to know about black's position. Okay, Nihal makes a much more human move. He trades on d4, trading off a couple of pieces, trying to make it easier for himself to defend this, but bishop f4 just keeps all of white's advantages intact.
Yeah, bishop f4 defends everything. Defends the pawn on e3. Queen f3 also possible. He now clears the f5 square for his knight, but I really like the queen there because he could then easily lift the rook up with rook f1 to f3. Now b3, a very wise move, stopping the knight from jumping into c4, and the knight jumps back to c8.
He is playing great boa constrictor chess. MVL showing that he's not just a one-trick pony. He's not just a tactician. And queen is going to dive into h5. And this is exactly what I talk about. Any move that black makes opens up new squares for white's pieces. Look at the way that he has paralyzed black's forces. The knight on c8, it can't move to e7. It can't move to d6. The rook is under fire. The pawn on h6 is under fire. And the queen on e6 is just helplessly staring down the barrel of a well-defended pawn on e3. Black is essentially out of moves here.
Right, and what do you do here? White is starting to go bishop f4, and bishop takes h6. So rook d8, good move, clearing of the e8 square for his queen.
Bishop f4 on the board, queen e8 only move, and the queen is going to drop back to h3, and at that point, you're going to have to start looking for tactics with a bishop sack on h6. That rook lift, Benjamin, that you talked about, rook f3, I think now's a great time for rook f3, and then you will be threatening bishop takes h6 and rook g3. You can actually play bishop takes h6 now, and then play rook f3.
Wow, that's quite a nice continuation. I wonder if rook f3 right now can be met with knight e7, or is there a tactic for white?
There's got to be, and white's going to have to find something there, because if you trade off knights, then finally the kind of embargo starts getting lifted on black's pieces. There's a check on b1 that you have to watch out for in the event of a rook lift. So there's still work left to be done here, and we've seen Nihal save crazy lost positions so many times. MVL knows that, and that's why he's investing a good chunk of time here.
Right, so let's see what he's going to do. There's always going to be sacrifice over here. Because knight h4 instead. Okay, his idea is to meet queen e4 with knight f5, and the queen all of a sudden is completely shut out of the defense. However, what is he planning to do in the event of queen to h5?
I think that is the question Nihal has to ask. Is there some sort of bishop c7, queen d7 check trick here? Wow, again, using the whole board as a canvas. Bishop c7, I think, is the cleanest winning move. It might be the only move that wins cleanly.
Right, so let's have a look. So bishop c7, rook e8 is forced.
Queen d7.
You can give a check over here, and then, like, maybe knight e7?
Even rook e7 has to be considered there.
Then you take on c8, you take on h4.
He's got it. He's found it. Queen d7 check, about to appear on the... Or rook f6.
Oh,
just grabbing a
f6.
pawn.
Bishop g7, though, kicking the rook away, and there is always a potential queen d1 check.
Although queen d1 check right now will be met with rook f1. Bishop e7 also possible.
Right.
I would try bishop e7.
I like bishop... and hitting the knight as well.
I think it's a good practical try. Obviously, white is winning. We're not debating that. How do you create the most practical chances since MVL is under a minute here? That's the big question for Nihal.
Right, let's see how he will do it. Bishop g7 also brings ideas of a potential rook takes e3 and bishop takes d4. It doesn't work for the moment, but that idea, it enters the position.
And that's what you got to do. You got to set up these potential tricks so that when the situation descends into a time scramble, you've got an assemblage of these potential tactics that are easy to miss. 36 seconds now for Nihal, hoping against hope to find some way to complicate the narrative. I stand by what I think bishop e7 is the best try here. Maybe white even has g4 in response to that. And MVL is spending this time wisely. He's calculating. He's just gotten an additional 30 seconds to figure out his responses to these moves. Bishop g7 is Nihal's choice.
All right, so the rook is under attack, so where's it going to go? Rook f5 is an option, but then black can jump in
Queen
with
e2.
queen to d1. Or queen e2, and how do you defend the pawn on e3?
Oh my gosh, queen e2, and the game is starting to turn around. You're right, Benjamin. Rook f3, queen e1 check. Okay, now he trades bishops.
Wait,
and
so
suddenly...
you take, oh my, look at this, Diane. You can take on e5 twice, but it goes 97.
You can?
Yes, because if you would have taken, there would have been queen e1 mate.
Oh! I thought white had queen f1, but no. Holy smokes. We have to show this after the game because Nihal has just missed a huge opportunity and MVL is winning once more. Rook f7, queen d1, rook f1.
Yeah, he just slides the rook back. Maybe now you just trade and go queen e6. That looks absolutely crushing.
Totally. But black just is out of ideas. White is up a pawn. It's not like you've sacrificed something. Queen e5.
Oh, well, this
Bang.
is mate. Because queen e6 comes with a check.
Checkmate. I mean, you just let your hand make the moves here. Queen takes h6 is possible, knight g6, and he's resigned. Whew.
Wow, what a game. A pretty dominant performance by MVL, but just for a moment there, Danya, he led Nihal back into the game.
Absolutely. Maybe in our next break, before the 3-minute segment starts, we could show that rook takes e5 trick. That was a beautiful deflection, but Nihal, again, he was down to 5 seconds. Benjamin, you cannot blame him for missing one individual specific tactic that would have brought him back to the game. It's amazing that he created those chances to begin with, but the fact remains he is now down 2 points, and this is exactly what MVL wants, right? A 2 or 3 point cushion going into the next segment.
Right, and here we have another London system. Yeah, you can criticize him for missing those moves in the time scramble, but you can criticize him for getting that low on time. I mean, there are no heroes in time scrambles. Like everyone, there are players who are better, but everyone makes mistakes.
Well said. No matter how practiced you are, how good of a bullet or hyper bullet player you are, when you're facing a top grandmaster, they're always going to find ways to pose problems in any position practically in time pressure. So tough going here, tough sledding for Nihal after a great start. His 1 point lead has been erased and reversed. Okay, what do we have here? We have another one of those Slav Grunfeldy positions, h5 by MVL, trying to restrict white's activity on the king side. Not as drastic of a move as it may appear to a newer player because the queen trade is so likely, and it's not like black is creating major weaknesses on his king side.
Right, I'm still slightly surprised by this move. I wonder if g4 was really a concern just yet. Nihal just continues his development with bishop to e2. The problem, Daniel, with this bishop on a5 is that at some point you might want to play the move e6 to strengthen your center, but then the bishop really has nowhere to go to, and if white moves this knight out of the way, it could potentially get trapped.
We see a queen trade. Who benefits, in your opinion?
I think white. White recaptures towards the center, defends the c4 pawn a little bit more, and also opens up the a-file for their rook. Now we see kingside castles. I think white would love to go, let's say, rook fc1, maybe b4, then knight d2 to b3 to a5 to put some pressure on the pawn of b7.
I agree. I think Nihal is very happy to this is also very much in his style. He is a positional player at heart. He likes who doesn't like a slightly better endgame, right? But what I mean is he's really, really good most of the time at converting these types of endgames, and he tends to play faster in positions that he's comfortable with. I think this is exactly one of those types of positions where we might see a different Nihal Sarin than we saw in the previous couple games.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Nihal really needs a win here. He's just lost 2 or 3 games in a row, so a win would be huge here for his confidence, and also it would cut down MVL's lead down to 1 point.
But this is also what I find so impressive about Nihal, having played as many Blitz and Bullet matches as I have with him. Nobody is untiltable. Everybody tilts. Everybody reacts emotionally to a disappointing string of games. But when you compare him to certain other players, I mean, he is very, very difficult to tilt permanently, right? You know, he might tilt away a game or he might make a couple of emotional moves, but he's going to stabilize really quickly, and that makes him a really, really fearsome match player.
Right, for sure. I do like the position he's got in here. And we see the move bishop to e6 by MVL, eyeing the pawn on c4. The problem for black here, Danya, is the fact that black doesn't really have any active plans. Maybe what MVL wants to do is play c5 at the right moment, and perhaps that's why Nihal played the move c5 himself. He now wants to go b4, knight e2 to b3 to a5, and actually it's always very uncomfortable to defend that pawn on b7.
I remember as a newer player, when I reached this structure with black, I think I'm totally safe because white can never play b5. Now, that's not entirely true. There are situations when white breaks through with b5 and actually sacks a pawn, but those are rare. But this knight d2, knight b3, knight a5 maneuver completely changed my understanding of these types of positions. Now, from black's perspective, I think the only active plan, the only breakthrough is to prepare e5. So I would actually play f6, drop my bishop back to f7, and play the move e5. And at the very least, you are cutting the bishop's influence over the position, which will allow you to play a move like rook a to b8 if necessary to guard the b7 pawn. But look at what Nihal's doing, meeting fire with fire, pushing that bishop back to e6.
g4 was a great move by Nihal, as MVL was just getting ready to play the move e5, but now Nihal goes g4. The bishop probably has to go back to e6, but then it's going to be almost impossible to get the e5 push in again. So Nihal in full control here. And Diane, this is so reminiscent of that other game we saw in the London.
Gosh, Nihal playing on both sides of the board. It's like a practiced airline pilot, you know, handling all the buttons and pushing all the levers exactly when he needs to push them to get the plane off the ground. But he's got a lot of work left to do. He plays the move f3, guarding the g4 pawn, restricting black's knight. MVL, his pieces are stumbling over each other. He doesn't have enough space to arrange his pieces the way that he wants to arrange them. Knight a4, Benjamin. Knight a4 and knight b6 looks close to devastating here.
Looks great. Yeah, knight a4. I guess you have to go in rook a7, and after knight b6, move the rook to e8, as otherwise you run out of squares. But at some point, Danya, that b5 push will come into position.
Absolutely. And a lot of patience is required to convert a position like this. Nothing comes fast here. At some point, you might want to improve your position with slower moves like king f2. And I think newer players, they struggle to make those types of patient moves, but GMs are really good at that. Nihal knows, I think, exactly when to play aggressively, when to tone it down a little bit and sit on his advantage. I think we are going to see either knight a4 or knight a5, and we do. Knight a5, rook a7, forced.
Rook a7,
king f2, there it is.
Slowly but surely improve the position. And what does MVL do here? I don't know. You can move the bishop out of the way, maybe the knight d7, but even if you get e5, you haven't really achieved a whole lot yet. But he goes knight e8. Can Nihal go b5 here, Danya?
Oh my gosh,
that's... c-pawn, there's knight takes d5, pawn a takes, there's knight takes e6, and knight takes e7, and he finds it.
Dude, this is out of this world. And I mentioned earlier that b5 is possible sometimes. I've never seen this exact idea. Can you play this on the board really, really quickly? A takes b5, knight takes c6, the rook on a7 is hanging, knight takes e7, intermezzo, then you recapture anyone, and the problems don't end there. Black is going to lose the d5 pawn as well. This is filigree precision by Nihal. b5 is going to likely win the game. Oh.
Exactly. He takes with the a pawn, but now knight takes c6 is just winning.
It's
MVL
on the board.
Gives up the exchange.
Nah, but this is not going to cut it. This is almost resignable.
Yeah,
wow.
Nihal must have a win here. Just rook a1 followed by rook a8 looks crushing. You can even consider a sacrifice with like bishop takes b5 and knight takes d5, hitting e7 and threatening knight b6.
And finally, the sick irony of this game is that by the time MVL is finally ready to push e5, he's now down in exchange, and you know the city has burned to the ground. So e5 is not going to do anything. White's going to drop the bishop back to g3, but still not over. Nihal has to actually convert his extra exchange. I would also consider rook ca1, and you called it. Bishop takes b5 on the board, and the knight is heading to b6. We're going to see resigns in a couple moves here.
Diane, this is another masterclass in the London. He goes knight b6, forking the rook and the bishop, and after rook d8, there's pawn c6, and black is completely lost. After the bishop moves, there's pawn c7, and so MVL just resigns.
I'm not exaggerating when I say that if you told me that Nihal had played this game in classical chess, I would not be able to tell the difference. Such was the quality of his technical play in that endgame, culminating in b4, b5, and a huge win. Not only how he did it, but the fact that he scored that victory brings MVL's lead back to a point. But the fact remains, he still faces a deficit. Both of these players have had their incredible moments thus far in this match.
Right, and here we see a Taurus variation. Nihal going for a very quick c5 to c4. I'm a little bit surprised that MVL switched it up with the move 1c4. The Caro-Kann went pretty well for him in his last game, but maybe he wanted to avoid the Petrov again.
Yeah, and maybe he just wants a different type of position, and he's got it. Nihal quickly pushes c4, driving that wedge into the queen side, and white counterbalancing that by positioning his pieces in an active manner in the center. Knight jumps into e5. You can take the knight and play h6, but that is very ill-advised just because the d5 pawn is going to be super, super tender in the resulting position.
Yeah, you're really asking for trouble there. So I think Nihal should just continue his development, and so he does with the move bishop to b4. You can capture with a knight on d7. Maybe black can even recapture the queen and accept these double pawns in exchange for the bishop pair, but instead both sides just castle. Maybe move like bishop f3 here to put pressure on the pawn on d5.
f4, very risky move because you're weakening the e4 square, and you often see black taking on c3 here automatically. Then you can't play knight e4 immediately, although, you know, sacking the queen is always nice, but not here. So you can move the queen away. Careful, though, because white is threatening f5, unexpectedly trapping the bishop.
Right, so what about this knight? Maybe you trade on c3 and then play the move bishop to f5. Bishop f5 currently is not a move as it hangs the pawn on d5, but just trade first, and then you get pretty good control over the e4 square.
Great idea. Takes and bishop f5, clamping down on that square, preventing f5. Nihal correctly pausing here. This is an important moment. And, you know, you could start with bishop takes c3 and then, you know, move first, think later kind of thing. But it's a big decision, right? Giving away the bishop pair, changing the pawn structure, by definition, is a committal decision that has to be supplemented with a lot of deep thought. And he plays it.
Right, he's traded on c3, now bishop f5.
I think you called it.
Pretty logical, but he stops to think again, and there we have it.
Great call, Benjamin, and bishop f5 on the board. And how is MVL now going to stoke the flames of his initiative in the center? Will he play the obvious move? I think bishop f3. There's some weird move, bishop g4, trying to remove the bishops from the board. What does he do?
I think he has to be extremely careful. If black gets a couple moves here and goes queen to c7 followed by knight e4, all of a sudden black is doing great. This knight can always be kicked away with f6. c3 will be weak. And what is this dark square bishop ever going to do? It's going to be completely blocked by its own pawns.
And I think it's important to point out, particularly for less experienced players, knight takes d7, queen takes d7, bishop takes f6. Very, very tempting. The thing is, it's not enough to weaken your opponent's pawn structure. You also have to have the material, the personnel, to actually take advantage of that pawn structure. And if you do all of that, you're going to be left with only one minor piece. The black king can always seek shelter on h8, and that's going to have a lot less effect than it seems. Queen a5, Nihal's response to bishop f3, hitting the c3 pawn, unpinning the knight, but potentially abandoning his king side. Will MVL make him pay?
Right, let's see what MVL can do here. He can still, I mean, in case of knight takes d7, now Nihal can recapture the bishop, or with the knight that looks completely fine. I wonder why this move is given a question mark by the computer. Looks fine to me.
Looks fine to me as well. Looks very logical, as a matter of fact. Rook c1 might be necessary here. I mean, you can't really afford to part ways with the c3 pawn. Black will then have a extra protected passer on c4. So as unpleasant as it is for a player like MVL to play rook c1, I think he might have to bite the bullet here and guard the c3 pawn with his teeth.
Right, he can also defend the pawn with a move like queen e1 and potentially swing his queen over to the king side, although I don't quite see how to do so just yet. So let's see what he will do. Perhaps he has a move like g4, attacking the bishop. The bishop can go to e4, but then you take, and you would love to recapture with the knight, but then you leave your knight on d7 hanging. And there we go, Danya.
Great move. I really like. I warmed up to this move the more I looked at it. Bishop d3. Nihal expected it, and a positional pawn sacrifice, trying to get this knight off the board. And after queen takes d3, he can put his rooks, Benjamin, on e8 and the other rook on c8. One rook attacks the weakness on c3. The other rook reinforces the e4 square. I think black has good practical compensation. Maybe MVL should take on f6 and try to quickly push through g5 and reduce black's control over the e4 square. Instead, he clings to his extra pawn.
All right, rook f2 a pretty logical move. Now rook e8 by Nihal, putting pressure on opponent e3. And now, in case MVL goes for that idea, there's always the move knight e4. I don't love the move bishop h4. He's keeping his bishop on the board. Perhaps he wants to go bishop to e1, but the bishop will always be so extremely passive there.
I think MVL might be banking on a well-timed c4 break, especially if the black knight lands on e4. That leads to a crazy tactical slugfest. No, he drops back to e1, going for passive defense, but Benjamin, c4 is not as much of a threat as it appears, because black's queen can drop back to a6, and that's what Nihal is demonstrating with his last move. c4, queen a6, and that pawn will be lost because the queen on d3 is undefended. I think MVL overlooked that detail, and black is achieving complete positional dominance here once the knight lands on c4.
I love what he's doing here. The knight is going to land on c4 very, very soon. The pawn on e3 will always be so extremely weak, Danya. And I don't see an active plan here for white. He goes rook a b1. Perhaps he wants to take the pawn on b7. But even if you get the rook there, then it's only one active piece. All of your other pieces are still extremely passive.
Also, knight c4, rook takes b7, knight e to d6, exposing an attack on the e3 pawn. And if that pawn falls, white's position collapses. Nihal's going to see that. He's going to play knight c4.
Yeah, that looks like a nice move. Also, perhaps you can take the pawn on a2, but maybe white can cook up some counterplay. So let's see what Nihal is going to do. He's doing a good job in this game, as he's also up on the clock.
Knight c4 isn't forced. You can also play rook c4, but that carries a lot less oomph, I think, than a knight on c4, which is situated on this beautiful post, hitting the backward pawn on e3 and cooperating beautifully with its brother on e4. Nihal taking more time than I expected him to. I thought he'd play knight c4 quickly. Maybe rook takes b7 is giving him more pause than we expected.
Yeah, so let's see. The pawn on a2 currently can be taken, but white's going to go rook a1 and gets the pawn back. And he goes for it, knight to c4, and MVL instantly gives up his light squared bishop.
Ugh. Rook takes c4, bishop f2, probably going for passive defense. Now, MVL's position is solid. I mean, it's not easy to break this down, but I feel like with that monster knight on c4, now with a rook beautifully situated on the outpost, there should be some way to eventually crack through. Maybe Nihal should go b5 and a6 to shut down potential counterplay on the queen side. Yeah, he plays b6, same idea.
Yeah, this position looks gross for MVL. He's up a pawn, but he has not a single active ID. The pawn on e3 is weak, the pawn on c3 is weak. This knight on c4 is an absolute beast. Danya, I think any player here would just correct with white. The only player I can think of to hold on here is Hikaru.
Yeah, and Hikaru would be playing this for a win with the white pieces.
Right. He would be like, oh, I'm up a pawn, I'm playing for a win, you know?
Right, well, up a juicer, you mean.
Yeah, just have to consolidate and I'll win.
Black can rotate the queen to d7, hit the g4 pawn, hit the juicer on g4, push h5, carve out the big square on f5.
And black's also got a nice bastion on c4.
Right, bash on e4 as well. Now we can try to carve out square on f5, h5, sacrificing a juicer and then rotating queen d7 f5.
Okay, pawn takes h5 does look like a nice move for MVL. This pawn on f5 is probably going to be regained pretty soon by Nihal, but now he gets the open g-file to at least create some counterplay.
Absolutely. Have to use the g-file, right? You have to use, yes, you have crumbs here that you have to pick up from the ground, but MVL, I love the move rook g1. Such a heads-up move. He's not losing hope. And queen takes g5, rook g5. Gets a little bit messy. Benjamin, queen f3 in that position can be met with rook to g3, sending the queen back to h5. I think that Nihal missed that detail, and he might have to play f6 here to cover the g5 square, but then MVL has h6, and things get a little bit more complicated.
h6 can still be met with g6, but the black pawns also get a little bit tender. Nihal, yeah, like I said, that line might just be a repetition, rook g5 and rook g3. There is the move rook takes f4, Danya, and after rook takes, queen takes, rook takes, I think black has an edge there in the endgame, but white can now give up the queen for the two rooks. How do we evaluate this?
looks very scary for white, not going to lie. Queen takes d3, rook takes c8, king h7. Apparently, there's this crazy move, h6, throwing the pawn in to induce weaknesses near black's king. You have to activate the rooks if you're white, and you don't have a lot of time to do it because Nihal is threatening the move knight to d2, and there's a classic right triangle on f3. This is a very difficult position to defend, practically speaking.
I think so too. I like the move h6 that you suggested. In case you take the king, there's checkmate. Although, you have queen h6, but it's checkmate. Let's put it that way. There's g6, but then maybe white can go bishop h4 to f6 and threaten checkmate on h8 once again. You can maybe take with the, and there we go. If you take with the pawn, there's probably rook e8, and how do you stop this?
Black could get checkmated here. I can't believe that MVL has managed to obtain this amount of counterplay. It's anybody's game at this point. g6, bishop h4, threatens bishop f6. White's king is safer than it looks. It can drop back to h1, but instead he's gone rook e7. And can Nihal drop back to f5, hitting f4 and defending f7 at the same time? Or knight d6.
Queen f5 looks like a nice move, hitting f4 and defending f7. Knight d6 as well, and now white's pieces don't fully coordinate. MVL picks up the pawn on a7, but maybe now MVL just takes here, or he takes on c3. What is MVL here to do to create counterplay?
He needs to get his bishop into the game. He goes rook g2. Rook d7. Rook d7. Great
move.
That
is the move. You hang f7.
Oh my gosh. And then rook f6. MVL might be winning. And takes
and bishop
h6.
h4. Yeah, bishop h4.
He's got it. Bishop g5. He's going to win. G5. F takes g5. Nihal loses. And he lets his time run out. Oh, how did he do that?
Danya, we were joking that the only player to hold this and actually play for the win was Hikaru, but MVL managed to flip this one around and managed to score a win there.
And the way that he did that is even more impressive. It's not like Nihal made one blunder, he mouse slipped or he hung his queen. No, it happened in stages. First, MVL got his rook to the G file. Then he managed to go for that 2 rooks for queen position, which was really hard to assess properly. Then he used his rooks to knock black's knight off of D6. And finally, he found bishop H4 on demand to set up an unstoppable mating net. Amazing again as MVL reaches a 3-point lead. This is a big game suddenly, Benjamin. This is the last game of the 5-minute portion. Nihal has to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, a 3-point lead is not insurmountable, especially if they enter into the bullet portion. But again, especially for Nihal's confidence, he needs some wins here. I don't really love the position here he's gotten with white. It feels like black finally has a good game here against London because all of their pieces are pretty active in Tanya. In the last game, we were praying for MVL to get that e5 push in, and here he's got it right out of the gates.
But it's one of those things, right? The cookie tastes best when you're forbidden to eat it. When there's the cookie jar on the table, it suddenly doesn't taste as good. But this position tastes pretty good for MVL as he sinks his teeth into e4, and he's threatening knight to c3, which will give him the bishop pair. Maybe queen e1 here should be considered by Nihal. He goes knight e1, so he does stop knight c3, and he's heading for d3 with his knight. He likes this maneuver. I've seen him do this in many of these London positions, knight e1, knight d3.
Right, he wants to put pressure on the pawn on e5, and that's why I don't love that
bishop takes c7 cd.
That's a pawn. You can't recapture the rook. There's bishop to c4, and he goes.
That was a really bad move by MVL. I have no idea why he reduced the tension in the worst possible version, and it's the second time that he's missed that bishop capture on c7. Remember that game where Nihal won the pawn on d5? It happened in a very similar way, and it also featured the move bishop takes c7, but as in that last game, it doesn't end the game. It's not like Nihal wins a pawn and that's it. The position remains very, very complicated.
Yeah, he still has to finish this one off, and he's failed to do so in some of the games before this. He's got a nice position, but, for the moment, MVL has the bishop pair. If he can somehow consolidate with moves like f5 and king h8, he's not doing too bad, as the pawn on d5 is also a weakness. So let's see what Nihal will try to do here. But Diane, you said it before, he blundered this tactic, and you actually see beginners do this quite a lot. They just forget about this bishop on h2, which can sometimes take a rook over here.
It's one of the appeals of the London system. The tactics can come at any side of the board. Knight to b5, though, I didn't like. There wasn't actually any need to move the knight from d4 because it wasn't touchable. I don't know if that's a word, but the pawn on c5 was pinned. Now the knight on b5 is in a world of hurt. a6 is threatened. This old friend of ours, knight e4 to c3. could come knocking if the knight leaves b5, and I don't know where it's going to go from b5. You might have to go a4, a6, knight a3, but ugh.
That still looks like a good solution. Instead, he goes queen c2, hitting knight f5. Nice move by MVL, defending the knight on e4 and opening up the diagonal for the bishop. Danya, I like your move a4, but perhaps black can go a6, kick the knight back, and then go b5 to make sure that it cannot go to c4. The pawn cannot be taken, as that would hang the knight on a3.
And I'm really impressed with how MVL responds to his blunders. This isn't talked about enough, but that is a great strength of a lot of top players. On the rare occasions when they do blunder something directly, they immediately recuperate. They immediately tell themselves, okay, now I have a different task in front of me. And MVL has done a great job of stabilizing himself and quickly finding the best practical way to respond. And that's given him directly a couple of points. Now a6 and b5 looks like an interesting way to fight against the knight on b5 from rejoining society via c4.
Yeah. For the moment, the pawn on d5 is untouchable, as that will lead to a bishop to c4 and you lose the rook. So he goes king to h8, attacking the pawn. Let's see what Nihal is going to do here. The pawn on d5 is threatened. Bishop c4 is a move, but then there might also be knight d2 and the rook in f1 is trapped.
Why was knight d2 not possible on the previous move, I wonder? Maybe it's because of something like d6, Nihal would have sacrificed the exchange. But now with black's king in complete safety, I agree. Knight d2 is a force to be reckoned with.
I think after knight d2, there might have been b4. You attack the queen and block the diagonal for the moment. Black has to take with the queen, then there's knight d3 attacking the queen, and after the queen steps back, then you have time for rook d1, and black has lost valuable time.
Great call. That was indeed the reason. Now, again, Nihal struggling on the clock, down to 2 minutes. The pawn on d5 hangs. The knight on b5 is awkward. The bishop pair is strong. Black controls a lot of key squares on the queen side, and the trend of the game, again, moving in MVL's favor. Nothing remains of Nihal's advantage garnered after he won the pawn on d5. He's misplayed this.
Yeah, b5, great find here by MVL, completely restricting the knight on a3. Now he's ready to regain the pawn on d5, and I think black's just better. Black is the bishop pair, especially this bishop on g7, which is unopposed, is so strong on the long diagonal.
All of the pieces falling into place here with black's pieces achieving superior coordination, space advantage, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like white is anywhere near lost. Maybe not even worse if Nihal handles this well. I think he needs to get rid of that knight on e4. That knight on e4 is like a bone in white's throat. You have to find an opportunity maybe to drop one of your knights over to d2, probably the f3 knight to keep the c3 square protected.
Exactly. If you go knight bd2, there will be knight c3, which is extremely unpleasant. So maybe you go knight fd2, maybe here, or you trade on d5 first. Bishop d3 can also be considered, but Danya, look at the clock. Nihal dropping down to 1 minute and 16 seconds, and MVL still has 3.5 minutes on his clock.
Yeah, MVL's time management throughout this entire hour and a half has been nothing short of superb.
Right, so knight fd2 offering this trade of knights. I guess MVL has to trade this, otherwise white trades himself and gives black a weakness on e4, and there we go, knight x2 is on the board.
Nihal recaptures with the rook, trying to soften up the c5 pawn. He needs to procure some targets that he can attack with his pieces. So far, I think Nihal is doing a stellar job of maintaining the kind of integrity of his position. I am worried about black's pawn majority on the queen side. Eventually, in some endgame, black could push c4, but that's still far away. As MVL establishes his queen on b4, obviously you cannot take on c5 because the knight on d2 will hang.
Right, so perhaps you have to move your knight first, and that is what Nihal does, knight f3. Now the pawn is under attack, so MVL played the move rook to c8, and the b3 pawn is hanging. I think MVL is still in the driver's seat, Diane, but he has to be careful. This knight can always jump in. There might be some tricks there.
Yes. Currently, though, Nihal has to figure out how to defend that b3 pawn. Now, you could sacrifice it. You could try to go queen a2 or queen d3, and he does, going for activity, but MVL doesn't even think about capturing that pawn. Instead, there's c4, pass pawn created. The square on d6 is now under his control, and Nihal has to move back, slink away with his queen. This is starting to seem closer and closer to winning for MVL.
Yeah, this looks pretty nice for MVL. c3, setting the pawn in motion. Knight d4, blocking the bishop on g7, but maybe you just go bishop f7, keep the bishop nice and active, or g8. These bishops are far away, Diane, but they operate as snipers. Bishops are so well from a distance.
Textbook illustration of the power of long-range pieces here.
maybe f4 here to weaken this pawn on e3 a little bit. You cannot take us that leaves the knight on d4 hanging.
Great whole board awareness by you, Benjamin, and by MVL. F4 creates a new set of problems for Nihal, who finds an excellent defensive move. Knight back to c2, exclamation mark, awarded and deserved. But the problems are only beginning for white, because if you allow the black queen to land on f4, there's also bishop e5. The rook on c1 is under fire. Queen to d2 could be a big problem. 20 seconds for Nihal, also a problem. Can he stay afloat here?
He goes knight to e3. Maybe he wants to go knight d5. Bishop e5 for the moment can be met with g3, also now with knight g4. And maybe that's why MVL goes rook f8. He wants to stop Nihal from ever playing g3.
That would now hang the bishop on f3. The bishop on f3 is also paralyzed, but queen d3, maybe setting up an exchange sacrifice on c3, which would, I think, give Nihal excellent practical drawing chances.
Exactly. I think that he should be able to draw there, but again, look at the clock. He's got 16 seconds. MVL has 2 minutes and 15, so queen d4 offering the trade of queens. Nihal should be able to hold, but it's tricky.
Yeah, I think objectively this is holdable, and so far he's doing an excellent job of avoiding blunders and keeping his position stable. He's basically going back and forth between c2 and e3, but he can't do that forever. Drops his bishop to e2, rook can infiltrate d2. Maybe white should involve his king via f1 and e1.
Right, I like to move rook d2, maybe at the right moment bishop e3 and c2, and then, okay, bishop c4, wait, bishop d4?
Threatening bishop takes e3
he just
and
wants
c2.
to take, and then c2, and there's nothing you can do.
King h2, gives up f2. He tries knight c4, but he's given up the f2 pawn. Now it's objectively winning for black. Yeah,
right,
he's going to
still
get
has
this
to
one
finish
too.
it off. King h2, c2, there's king g3. So how exactly do you win this, Danya?
I wouldn't rush. I would go king g7. I wouldn't go king f7 because that allows knight d6 and knight b5. I would go king g7, king f6, and then think. Or maybe h5. Improve your position slowly, and with 3 seconds, I think Nihal's position will just collapse on its own.
h5 is such a nasty move. The pawn can go to h4, and wait, but now knight b5. Wait, there goes the pawn.
Oh, he's blundered the pawn! He's blundered the pawn. He's allowed knight b5.
Nihal might be getting away with a draw here. What a throw by MVL.
He needed to step away with his bishop on the previous move so that knight b5 wouldn't come with tempo. Now bishop e5, king g1, and the rook is hanging, and you can't move the rook and simultaneously defend the c3 pawn. Now it's a draw.
Right, maybe MVL can play something like bishop e3, rook takes c3, and rook e2. There's still checkmating ideas against white king, and white only has 2 seconds.
He's got to try to get the bishop to g3. Still trying, still dangerous.
Knight d4, all bishop of the pieces are in dark short, but I think there's no tactics.
I would go bishop g3
they would
though.
threaten bishop f2 and checkmate. But
and king f1, rook f2.
Rook f3,
Oh,
he misses it. King h7? No, wait. Where do you go? You have to stop rook f8. King
f7
g7 or f7.
Because there's no check on c7.
E8.
It's over. Bishop f2 is going to win. Rook f2, rook d2.
Rook f2 and rook d2. That's the
Easy.
game.
That is the game. The knight is lost. Oh.
And there goes the knight, and that's it, Danya.
Yeah, now it's easy. Rook f4, rook f2.
Wow, what a game. And MVL opens up a 3-point lead going into the 3+1 portion.
And you called it, I think, Benjamin, where Nihal found that seemingly drawing idea, but MVL didn't lose hope. And the fact that he left himself with a minute on his clock allowed him to figure out the best winning attempt. It is 6-3. MVL is on a tear. He's winning with both colors. He's winning in many different ways. And his form from his first match has carried over. Nihal has a lot of changes, Benjamin, that he has to make going into the 3+1.
Yeah, he for sure will have to play faster. I mean, he ends up in these situations where he has a couple seconds on his clock. MVL, on the other hand, still has a couple minutes. And even when Nihal saves the draw, MVL puts practical problems, and it's just too much for Nihal to handle.
It is indeed, and we will see if he has what it takes to come back in the hour that we will be playing of 3+1. Now, the SEC is made possible by the efforts of these amazing players, but also by our presenting sponsor, Coinbase. Do you, by any chance, wish that your financial systems were as fast and as smart as the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase? They can be. Check out coinbase.com/update the system. That's coinbase.com/update the system today, or use !Coinbase in chat to learn more. We thank Coinbase for making the SEC possible. Okay, we will have the 3+1 portion of this amazing match in the SEC presented by Coinbase. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
White to move. You gotta take
AG1.
daily for every daily puzzle. Got it. Bishop G7, King G7, Queen E5, Queen E4. In the end, white wins a piece. Nailed it.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. And chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends. But let's make sure that this school year we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
All right, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that?
Yeah.
Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave holds a 3-point lead upon the conclusion of the 5+1 segment here in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky alongside Grandmaster Benjamin Bach commentating his second match of the day. You're a trooper, Benjamin. What do you make of the 90 minutes of amazing action that we have just watched?
Right, so right now MVL has a pretty dominant lead in the match. He's up 3 games. Diane, that doesn't tell the whole story though. I think Nihal had some great chance to at least be even or maybe have a slight lead himself, but he keeps dropping down on time and MVL capitalizes on his chances.
Well, MVL, one of the most experienced players in the Speed Chess Championship. He's been terrorizing the chess field for many years. Let's take a look at a resume. He is the 2021 World Blitz Champion, an incredible achievement to boot. Over 2,800 peak rating. He was French champion as early as 2007. Just think about how many years ago that was. How long MVL has been really, really good. And he is just one of the most fun players to watch, Benjamin. And we watch him on camera there.
For sure, and he's also been the world #1 on the Blitz rankings, Diane. His peak rating in Blitz, Diane, is 2948. That is insane.
Be still my beating heart, and I think he just showed us why. A lot of changes that Nihal will have to make. We now have an hour of 3 minutes plus a 1-second increment. Maxime has the white pieces in the 10th game of the match, and here we go. Nihal, a third opening, trotted out a modern, and I mentioned this before the match, he likes these perk modern structures, playing for a win with the black pieces.
Right, I'm a little bit surprised by this move, bishop c4 by MVL. Usually you play knight f3 first, now we see knight f6, and now he goes queen e2 defending the pawn. So MVL seems really reluctant to put his knight on f3 here.
h3, are you... I think you are weirded out by this. I am as well. He's delaying the development of his knights, but I don't like this. What is he doing? Black is a good position here.
Right, because now Nihal was like, okay, can go bishop g4. Let me go b6 and bishop a6, attacking the queen, provoking this awkward move c4,
E6.
which can now always e6. Great move. You threaten to take on d5, and you cannot recapture the pawn.
And if you recapture with the e-pawn, you're running into knight takes d5. That bishop on a6 is so well placed. I think Nihal has to seize the opportunity to play e6, because if he delays even by one move, MVL gets a chance to castle, and then e6 can be met with d takes e6. And I think white emerges with a fine position. Great stuff by Nihal in the early going.
Perhaps MVL has to go pawn takes e6 right now, but Nihal can recapture. Okay, we see knight c3. In case of takes, you have to take with the e-pawn, but then rook e8 looks awkward. I guess there's still bishop e3, but Diane, this looks like a weird opening from white.
Although maybe e takes d5 was rushed, Nihal could actually have started with rook e8, setting up the threat of e takes d5. That would have compelled MVL to be the one to take on e6, and that in turn would have weakened some dark squares in the center. But that ship has sailed. We have a different pawn structure now, and bishop h6 is a classic idea. Yes, you give away your fianchettoed bishop, but you garner for yourself a big square on e5. You weaken white's pawn structure. Maybe white should prevent knight e5 with bishop a4.
I like the move bishop a4. Right now, the bishop on b3 is kind of a pawn, and with bishop a4, you can trade it off for the knight on d7. It will make it much more difficult for black to ever take control over the square, but instead he goes rook a1, maybe now bishop a4. I think he should try to get rid of that bishop.
King g7 there was a nice move by Nihal. Knight e5 immediately was not possible. You would have dropped the f6 and knight. Now knight e5 is... I would go so far as to call it a positional threat. If black establishes a presence on the e5 square, white will run out of active ideas on the king side. And from a purely strategical standpoint, black is better. So MVL has to keep the legs churning here. Maybe takes in rook e3, rook f3 to set up pressure down the f-file. And he does it.
I think knight e5 was rushed, as now there's no good way to defend against rook f3. Then your knight will be under attack, and the f7 pawn will be hanging as well. So I don't know what Nihal has to do here. This looks like he's in big trouble.
He missed rook e3, and rook e3 is devastating. Queen to d4 here runs into knight e2 or even e5. So that doesn't help either. Holy smokes, this turned around quickly. Rook e7, rook f3, knight takes e4, rook takes f7, check, and black could get checkmated there. Oh, takes f7,
goes
and bishop
e7,
a4.
he sacks the pawn. Yes, maybe now bishop a4. The knight is actually kind of trapped. Where'd he go? And if the knight gets traded off, there will always be rook to f8 checkmating against Daya. Is there perhaps bishop takes c4? Although I guess white can always take. And after takes an f1, you can take an e7, throw in bishop e6, and then take an f1.
I'd suggest that we put this on the analysis board, but I don't think we should because it's going to be put on the real board.
Isn't that game over?
Bishop d7.
Rook f8 is made.
Nihal's tilted. Rook f8 and rook
g8. We're rook g8.
What a move!
h6 though.
Queen e3.
But Diane, this is winning. Queen e3, g5, rook takes, and rook f6.
Oh, man.
And Nihal just resigns.
And Benjamin, this is the kind of position that you would want to get when you sacrifice a piece or a rook. White is actually a pawn up in that final position. That might be the most depressing thing of all. Even if white doesn't checkmate instantly, it's just winning in the long run. What a game to kick off the 3-minute segment, and more bad news for Nihal. He had a good position out of the opening. It was a misplayed perk by MVL, but missing that rook e3, rook f3 idea completely changed the game.
Exactly. Yeah, now Nihal was doing absolutely fine, but 95 was a little bit rushed, and after rook e3, he all of a sudden had unsolvable problems, but he did go down very quickly, Danya.
God, rook g8, though, was a sexy move. Just moving the rook away, setting up queen f8. And MVL's tactical vision, it's normally monstrously good, but in the SCC, he's spotting these tactics in the span of a millisecond.
Right, and here we see them going for this Jobava London-ish setup again. Nihal going for c4, breaking down MVL center. You can go e4 here, followed by f5, but that's going to open up this dark square bishop on h2.
Yeah, that's a big decision there. e4, very committal. And instead, MVL keeps the status quo in the center, but wait a second. Oh, he wants bishop takes h3 at the end, I think. I think he wants bishop takes h3.
Oh. I think g6, though. Another intermezzo. And Nihal takes it. He takes the pawn.
Maybe MVL just forgot that bishop e6 cuts the contact between the queen and the e5 pawn. This is a big chance for Nihal to seize the advantage out of the opening.
Yeah, and he takes the pawn. Yeah, MVL also
okay,
take.
bishop
I guess
h3.
He is going to take here because white's king is somewhat exposed, but you can always put your bishop on g4 and block the g-file.
One crucial detail, Benjamin, after bishop takes h3, knight takes g6, queen g5 forks the knight and the pawn on g2, but the knight can drop back to f4, and that is such a powerful response to a fork when you move one of the pieces back and defend the other piece. Instead, MVL takes a different approach, d takes e4, opening up the d file and threatening knight d6 to e4. Okay, what now?
Right, the problem is that after a move like queen c2, you don't have a good way to hang on to this one. I think the move knight ef3 is way too timid, just moving the knight back voluntarily. Now black can play the move b5 as c6 is no longer hanging, and material for the moment is even though white should have a small edge.
I like that Nihal is playing a little bit faster in general in the 3-minute portion. That is encouraging. What do we make of this position? Who's playing for the advantage here? From a strategical perspective, it's probably white because white's got the 4-on-2 in the center and black's got the slightly damaged pawn structure on the queen side. On the other hand, black's minor pieces are nicely put together in the center. The knight on d5 is well established, but so is its vis-a-vis on d4 as well as the bishop that Nihal just put on the long diagonal.
Yeah, I like the move bishop f3, putting some pressure on the knight on d5. Maybe now a4. You cannot go b4 as that hangs the pawn on c4, and white is threatening to take. He goes rook d1 first. Maybe this gives MVL the time to go knight b6 as the c6 pawn is defended. He goes knight b4 as he wants to hop into d3.
And he also wants to enable the move c5, which would chase the knight out of the center. I think he should throw in the move c5, forcing Nihal's knight to drop back to e2. And after knight d3, black is on the move here.
Yeah, c5 on the board, knight e2. I like the move knight d3. I guess you have to go queen. Where do you go? Queen c3 or queen c2? It all looks a little bit iffy.
Queen c2 might run into bishop f5, setting up the threat of a discovered attack on the queen. That queen has no good home. Queen c3, you have to reckon with b4. So he plays queen c2, bishop f5 out of a cannon. The instant response.
Great move there by MVL. Now knight takes f2 is a threat, hitting the queen on c2 and the rook on d1. e4 is not available as you just take. So maybe, I mean, knight g3, do you still take? And oh my god, look at this knight. Takes, king takes f2, queen e3, and knight g3.
Can you put this on the board? For newer players, can we put this on the board? There's a sick line, and this is what Nihal is struggling with right now. Knight takes f5. Look at this geometry. Bang. and a mate on g3. Isn't this sick? Even without both of black's rooks, this would still be a checkmate. The only important pieces is the strongest tandem in the game, the queen and the knight. What they are capable of doing defies belief sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah, the queen and knight combo is so strong. So let's see how Nihal will deal with this. Maybe he has to move his queen, but queen c3 looks awkward. Then there's b4, and your queen, he goes knight g3. Daya, maybe he still has bishop d5, otherwise he would just be dead lost here.
And we're seeing knight takes f2, bishop d5, only move. He's found it. And after king f8, you have to go king f8 so that the queen can't move up to c3 with check. That is actually very easy to miss, but white can still play queen c3,
you should
and there's
mate.
a mate threat. Exactly.
Wow. So what do you do there? So maybe knight f7. You cover the square, you can take the knight, but then you take on d1. And queen h8 is no longer checkmate, as there will be king takes f7.
I think you're right. Well, first of all, you have to play king f8. Otherwise, you drop, at the very least, a minor piece. So bishop e6 here. White will simply take on e6 and take on f2. What a counterblow. Uncorked by Nihal. This is what he was spending his time on. Finding bishop d5 check, and now queen c3. A very important follow-up. We've got pandemonium on the board, but MVL stays on top. He finds knight f7.
Great move. Now the knight on f2 can be taken, but then there will be rook takes d5. Nihal takes on f5 first. I suppose he has to take the knight, as it's still attacking his rook at d1. And after rook takes d5, it feels like black is just up a very clean pawn.
He is. And b4, another amazing response, forcing the queen back, establishing a favorable pawn structure on the queen side. Finally, the smoke is cleared. Feels like black is somewhat better here, and the knight can head to e4 with great effect.
And knight e4 is a nice move. The knight can potentially go to c3 as well. Wait, that was just a pawn on e4, but MVL did not take it.
Yeah, that pawn on e3 was capturable.
I think, Danya, he was already hovering over the move knight to e4, so that as soon as Nihal moved, he released it, but he probably could have just taken the pawn there.
That might have been winning. He's still better, though. The f5 pawn is a weakness. Nihal would kill to get his knight to h4. Unfortunately, he's got no way to actually secure that square a second time. I think he's trying. He's trying to go queen e1 and knight h4, but that's slow. Knight c3, queen e1, and okay, MVL could also drop his king back to h8 and try to take the sting out of the move knight h4. He might have the response rook to d1 in response to knight h4 there. God, he's finding everything.
Very nice move. Now knight h4, like you said, can be met with rook d1. Rook d1 is an idea in general. To trade out the rooks, the pawn on a2 is hanging. Both players down to 17 seconds apiece, more or less.
This is Nihal's territory. These time scrambles, he's so good at them. He hangs his hat on them, but MVL has shown every ability to stay on the same, even on better terms than Nihal in these time pressure situations. Knight back to e4. There's a check on b2, blocked by black's queen. The endgame is lost for white. Too many weaknesses. Queen c3.
Right, so queen c3, great move. Maybe you can even consider recapturing with a b pawn. It goes queen g3, also a nice move. Queen e2. Maybe there's knight c3 again. It goes king g8. Rook d1.
Queen f2
oh, queen
check.
f2.
Oh, what a tactic.
That endgame should be winning with... he trades first.
But Nihal should keep the queens on the board.
Goes queen e1, but the queen is not going anywhere. Maybe just start pushing queen f6, queen e1. He might be going for queen a4 now, and there it is.
Nihal playing for a win. MVL's gonna flag. He flagged.
What a game, Danya. MVL had a win, and after that, he throws away the draw.
He froze. He froze after queen a4. He saw the threat of queen e8 check. He panicked, and that is a heartbreaker for Maxime, and that's a disturbing sign going into the bullet, right? He has to be better in these time scramble situations, because you're going to get more of them, I think, as this match winds toward the bullet.
Yeah, and losing on time is just unacceptable. You just gift a point to your opponent. MVL should have won that game, but instead he loses, and now it's down to 3. Still a comfortable lead for MVL, but Nihal is back in the match.
Indeed he is, and we have a very quiet position. I think both players just taking some deep breaths. MVL has the white pieces here on, relatively symmetrical modern. I always feel like white is a tiny bit better here because his dark squared bishop is generally better than its counterpart on g7, which is, staring down the barrel of your own pawn on e5. But the advantage is, at best, very, very, very slight.
Exactly. Black often goes here for moves like knight h5, followed by knight f4. Then white has to think like, hey, do I give my bishop or not? You get the bishop pair. You give the bishop pair to black, but in return, black white does get this move e5. Instead, we see the move b5 by Nihal and bishop to e6. And MVL just keeps the bishops on the board for now with the move knight f3.
h6 by Nihal, covering the g5 square. Obviously, knight takes... Well, not obviously, actually. Knight takes e5 has to be calculated. And knight takes e5, bishop takes b3, knight takes c6. I'm too lazy to calculate. I don't think it works. I think black moves the queen away and then has bishop b3 back to c4 with tempo, garnering 2 pieces for a rook.
Right. At the end of it all, white will get a rook and 2 pawns for the minor pieces. But I think the minor pieces will be better in middle game, but it's certainly worth consideration, and that is why MVL has paused to think here.
Bishop... Oh, queen c2. Repositioning the queen, supporting the bishop. Now, bishop takes b3, I think, will be met with a takes b3, much like in that London system game, where white wants to open up the a file, and he doesn't really mind doubled pawns on the queen side. One of the drawbacks of black's move b5 is that it does create potential targets on the queen side. Nihal keeps the queen side closed, and MVL says, let's open that baby up.
Yep, so we see Nihal, his bishop on g7 was passive, so he reroutes it to f8, bishop d3. I like how MVL is playing this. I feel like he's got a slight edge. Black has some weaknesses. The pawn on e5 is always hanging. The pawn on a5 is a little bit of a weakness. Maybe white can consider bishop e6 at the right moment, and then taking on b5. And perhaps that is why Nihal played rook d to b8.
All hands on deck. Nihal controlling his pawns from behind with his towers, but MVL seizing the opportunity to claim control of the only open file on the board, the d file.
Right, so we see rook b7 by Nihal. I wonder what exactly the idea is. Maybe just making sure that the rook is never hanging on this light square. Maybe MVL can now reroute his knight, maybe like knight e1, although knight e3 is not available. I should hang the pawn on e4.
Yeah, very interesting maneuvering game here as both sides kind of gearing up for the subsequent battle. I think this is the stage of the game where we've got this cat and mouse battle, but the position's starting to open up a little bit as MVL trades on b5 and routing his knight to c5. So we're going to get our first piece imbalance of the game. Which piece is stronger?
Right, I would think usually the bishop, as the bishop has more scope. Instead of the move rook c8, wait, maybe now there's a queen c4 hitting the bishop and the pawn on e4. Does Nihal just win a pawn here? Or perhaps there's maybe still bishop d6.
And he plays it, and we might get further liquidation with queen takes c4. That'll lead to an endgame. Probably equal, right? I would think.
Right. Yeah, the knight on e4 is pretty active. Black doesn't have any weaknesses. Now white is time to go f3. I don't know, the pawn on e5 is a bit of a weakness, so I think MVL might still have a slight edge here. Also, I think his king will often be safer here on h2 than his black counterpart on g7 with rook d8 coming.
I thought rook d8 would really have accentuated just how weak black's king could be. Bishop f8 check, queen d2, you know, the storm clouds kind of start to gather, but MVL takes a more defensive posture with rook d2. I think he's trying to take the sting out of the move knight f4, preparing to double rooks on the d file. And this doesn't mean he's not going to play rook d8. He might be saving that move for a rainy day.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with the move rook d2 because usually you double up your rooks to eventually enter, but he could have entered there right away. Now rook d8 can be met with, oh, by the queen takes b4.
Queen takes b4.
Would hang the game.
Yeah. You can enter, but you're going to exit pretty quickly. You're going to exit the game after rook d8. I would play king h2. Yeah, just get the king out of the firing line of black's queen and knight. Now we're going to see moves like h5. Again, I think we've entered the kind of cagey maneuvering stage where both players are trying to maximize their pieces and their pawns before the position opens up again. And it might never open up, right? We might just get some sort of a positional draw here, but I don't think so.
Yeah, actually h5 would be met with g3 and the knight is trapped. So maybe g5. So, and there we go. The knight can jump back to g6. I think an excellent move by Nihal as the knight will now certainly help in the defense.
Great call, MVL. Tries to take the ladies off the board. That b5 pawn, right? That's an easy pawn to forget about, but it is backward and it can be targeted by a rook from b5. And I don't think Nihal liked that endgame. MVL, though, repositioning his queen to a beautiful central square where it lords over the entire position, supervising both sides of the board.
Yeah, I like queen e3, rook e8. Okay, this is inviting rook to d6. There's still queen c4 for Nihal, but it's starting to look a little bit tricky. Maybe just rook d2, preemptively defending the pawn on b2, and there we go.
I love the way MVL is interspersing attacking moves like rook d6 with more prophylactic defensive moves like rook d2, restricting the scope of black's pieces. That knight on g6 is also a sad product. It doesn't have access to any active squares because of the pawn on g3. King g2 now would be another solid defensive move. He plays it. Nihal staying afloat here, maybe trying to move his own king away and set up tactics like knight f4, but another queen trade offer by MVL.
Yeah, and this way Nihal cannot avoid the queen trade, although he does so, but he hangs the pawn on b5. That's a pretty big price to pay, Danya. But now queen d5, he has straight queens anyway.
Yeah, bishop f8 not possible because the queen is protected. A third offer of a queen trade, and this one cannot be refused.
Okay, h4, there we go, the queens are off. Maybe bishop e7 to make sure that this knight can no longer jump to that f4 square. And then you also attack the pawn on e5. That looks like a win for MVL. He goes rook d6 instead.
Okay.
If the
what
knight
now for
stays
Nihal?
on the board, there are always going to be chances.
c4, bishop c3 looks like a solid way to defend the b2 pawn. Instead, he throws in a check, but he sends the king to a safer square. Bishop a3, careful, careful. Rook takes a3, and b2 has to be watched out for. I think Nihal has great practical chances now. He's finally managed to break free with his knight.
Right, and now he can go rook to h8, setting up some sort of checkmating ideas. Knight e6
Back to e6
looks
he
passive,
goes.
though.
King f6, bishop d6, maybe?
Right, I like that idea, because you can take over here and then go c4 after. King e g6 you can take. Okay, bishop e7 maybe? Going after this pawn. And there we go.
He plays it.
MVL going to win a third pawn.
Rook h4, check king g3, doesn't do anything. Nihal has to go back in shame. Don't take that, I think, because of f6. Bishop d6 or bishop back to a3. And it's technically winning now,
maybe?
but 5 seconds.
Okay, I don't like e5, then there's knight e4, but rook b6, nice controlling move. Maybe just c4. Okay, rook back, or there. Okay, this one is not over just yet. Maybe just take the pawn, but there's h4. That gives his king a little bit more breathing room. And f4, f5, great move by MVL. f5.
Excellent. Pushing the knight away. Now he should be comfortably winning. Nihal clinging to his last source of counterplay, but he's about to lose that too. MVL's taking all his pawns. All of them.
There goes
but
the
still
e5
not
pawn,
over.
and king f6. Wait. Crazy things happening here. Rook b8,
Ooh.
and black would be in a checkmating net. But where does the knight go? I don't see a square. Rook b8. This is rook b8, and that's checkmate.
It's mate. Bishop takes f6. No stalemate. Too many pieces. And rook h8 is unstoppable. And that was an excellent performance by Maxime in time pressure. There were some inaccuracies, but he never let the advantage slip. And his lead balloons to 4.
Yeah, 4 points is not insurmountable just yet, but we see that MVL can hang with Nihal in the time scramble. So even if Nihal's hoping for a comeback in bullet, MVL can fight there as well.
This is starting to enter that territory where Nihal really needs a string of victories to get himself back in this match. 4 points is a lot. Okay, and we are yet again, I'm a little sick of this opening. I feel like I want a little variety from Nihal, but we keep getting different versions of this position, and now we're getting something a lot more tactical with an early pawn sack by MVL. Does he have enough for that pawn on the queen side? Bishop b4 maybe? Looks like he does.
Yeah, rook c8, nice move attacking the bishop. The bishop has to slide back to g3. Maybe
What the
bishop
play?
e4, setting up knight e4 or knight e5. And white hasn't completed their development just yet.
Bishop b4. He plays knight b4, which I think is less effective because of rook c1. And maybe he wants to send the other knight over to e4. He's definitely making a lot of noise on the queen side. And it's definitely scary for white.
Yeah, I wonder what white should do there after knight e4. Maybe after knight e4, you just play bishop e2. Black can take on c3, but you recapture with the rook. Black takes you take the pawn. Knight takes a2, and then you go king d2, and all of a sudden, the knight on a2 is off.
I think that's a very important line, and that might have been overlooked or underestimated by Maxime. But first of all, Nihal has to find rook c1. That's not the only move. You could also play king d2, but that runs right into knight e4 check, and then maybe some sort of an intermezzo with the black rook coming to c2. He goes to d1 instead.
That looks risky. Maybe like bishop c2, your king has to move, like let's say the d2, and then knight e4. And again, after this trade, he goes bishop e7, but this gives Nihal time to consolidate.
a3, he wants to drop the knight back to d5, I think, and pave the way for a rook infiltration on c2. I still am of the opinion that black has good practical chances, but it does seem like the game is trending now in Nihal's direction. MVL not lighting the fire yet on the queen side.
And Nihal is so good in these positions. He's with his pieces on the last couple of ranks, but he can cover all of these squares. He goes like probably 91 at the fine moment. Maybe a3 kicking the knight away, but he goes bishop. But now bishop c2. And
Bishop
94
c2
with
and
a lot of
94.
effect.
Your idea, Benjamin. 94 clears off the c-file, and there's a lot of mating threats there. White's
What
position
about
again.
this? You can even... And he goes for it. You cannot take the king as that's checkmate at 1, but 94 and knight takes c3. Black gets great compensation here.
He's all over him on the queen side. He's going to win that pawn on a2, and then he's going to have connected passers, which are so dangerous because of how poorly White's pieces are coordinated. Knight a2 anyway slices off the connection between the rook and the pawn. He goes the other way. That was wrong.
Because now there's king d2. You take the bishop, which has to move to like a4. You cannot move back to this diagonal. Black certainly still has compensation. b4 might come in at the right moment, but I think MVL's missed his chance here.
Yeah, knight a2 was incredibly powerful in that position. It would have won that a3 pawn. Now he's got to decide which direction he's going to take with his bishop. Bishop a4, bishop b3. It's a tough position for black to navigate now.
I would put my bishop on a4. It's just a little bit further away, can never be hanging. Bishop b3 also possible, though, as you potentially want to go b4, and then it's not hanging on the a4 square. So let's see which one MVL is going to go for, who's now also dropping behind on the clock.
Now Nihal probably is best advised to cover the e4 square. Instead he goes rook c1. There's that b4 move. But MVL's not really threatening anything because b takes a3 might run into rook takes c3, although there is bishop b4 in that position. What a crazy endgame we have here. Nihal with a lot to calculate in this position.
For sure. A crazy line would be something like
rook
takes a3, rook takes c3, and rook a3. You take here on c3, but then you go king c1, and the bishop is trapped, and there's no rook b8, as again, that London bishop is covering that square.
What a line. I mean, we might have to show that on the board. Bishop a6, b takes a3, rook takes c3, bishop b4. Looks like black has insurmountable threats, and you sack the other rook on a3. The point is that black can only take one rook at a time. If we rewind 2 moves, Benjamin, just to show, bishop takes a3, gives up the bishop on b3. And if you take the c3 rook with the knight, then white still takes on b3, and there is no effective discovery. How hard is that to see, though? And Nihal is still thinking, you know that he senses that there's something, but he's got to find that something, and he goes for a different approach. Bishop to d3. He might still see that, though.
I think he sees that variation, but now MVL has the time to go, let's say, pawn to a5. Slowly but surely creep up on the queen side. White still has a tough time. f5 instead, but now maybe knight f3 to e5.
F5 is a sensible move, though,
idea.
stopping e4. Yeah, exactly. And maybe in some positions, f4, blasting and cracking open the center, could be a nice asset. Now the clock time becoming a deciding factor. 30 seconds for Nihal. Position remains super, super complicated.
But was e4 actually a threat, as there would always be bishop g5 check? So it feels like this weakens the black position. Knight f3 now by Nihal. Excellent move. Wait, was there takes? Could he have just gone down that line?
He could have, and I think he didn't see that. Yeah. Rook takes c3 and rook takes a3 was winning, but he missed rook takes a3. What's going on here?
94 check now. This a-pawn is going to be extremely dangerous.
94, trade the rooks, and with only one rook, white might not have enough resources to stop that a-pawn from promoting. He goes instead rook c7, keeping the tension. I still feel like from a practical perspective, it's much easier to blunder with white, but knight d3 is an excellent move, exposing an attack on the rook. Where is it going to go? Rook c6, bishop b5 is possible.
Yeah, it feels like here MVL is losing valuable time. Rook a7, but
rook takes
c3, that's the game.
Game
and Nihal
over.
Finds it.
And the bishop on b3 hangs. MVL loses a minor piece,
c4.
Drops back to c4, and it's over.
Wow, what a game. Yeah, really chances for both sides. It felt like MVL had the better chances, but eventually he blundered in the time scramble.
That was a really confusing game. I think everybody was confused. And in such games, from a human perspective, the goal is to blunder less than your opponent, right? Or the mistake, you're going to commit mistakes because it's impossible not to. The goal is not to commit any huge game-deciding blunders. And MVL was the first to flinch there. Big, big win for Nihal. And we've got one more game until the halftime break. Another crazy opening. There's knight on d5, knight on d4. Okay, not anymore.
And a knight on g6, which usually only ends up there in Fischer random, but it went from e7 to that square. b5, Nihal expanding on the queen side. Maybe you can go a5, threatening to trap the bishop with a4, and white has to play a move like c3 here, I guess.
I strongly dislike the way MVL has handled this opening. Now Nihal has the bishop pair. I thought maybe d5 could have been considered by black. Now MVL can strike first with d4. Feels like black has solved all of his opening problems and then some.
Exactly. A d4 looks like a nice move. Striking in the center first. Let's see what Nihal's going to do there. Maybe d6, h4 by MVL. Wow, I did not see that one coming.
Now, do you follow the rule and meet a flank move with a central strike? That's exactly what Nihal does. d5 is an excellent counter strike, and we're going to get more tactics here right out of the opening.
I love that move, d5. h5 can just be met with knight f4. Knight d3 is a check, a threat. The pawn on e4 is under attack. MVL takes right away, but maybe now e4 as a nice intermezzo.
e4, knight d4, then you recapture on d5. But I think you're right. C takes d5 does run into h5, and that seems like a nasty move. You might have to part ways with your e-pawn. Oh, and queen f3 now forks the rook and the knight, and he finds it instantly.
And there's nothing for black. You can take the knight, but white just takes his rook on a8, and there's nothing. There's nothing.
You could even play d takes e3, and black might have to give that knight away on like g2 or something, but when the smoke clears, white's going to be up a pawn with a raging initiative due to that queen placement and that nicely centralized knight on e5. Queen takes a8 is a difficult move to play from a human standpoint because the king will be so exposed in the ensuing position.
Exactly. I think pawn takes e3, like you called it, is a much more human move. You attack the knight. If white is able to take the knight, they will be up 2 pawns. The rook is also under attack, and in case black takes here, you recapture with the queen. The rook on a8 is still under attack, and white is also eyeing that pawn on g7.
And queen takes g7 forks the rook on h8 and the pawn on f7. Of course, there is rook f8 to guard both at the same time, but Nihal was not expecting to confront problems of this magnitude given how well the first 10 moves went for him.
Yeah, he rushed there a little bit with the move pawn takes d5. Instead, he had the move e4. And after h5, all of a sudden, he was in a world of trouble. He does give up the knight on g2. Now MVL takes and rook a6. So in case white takes here, then indeed there's the move rook f8, defending f7 and the rook.
Believe it or not, I think queen takes g7 is not the right way to play. I don't know what the right move is here, but spending a tempo going pawn hunting might backfire because as pretty as the knight on e5 looks, if the queen moves away from the long diagonal, you have to watch out for queen d8 up to d5. And another issue is that white's king is kind of stuck in the center. I mean, you're not really going to castle kingside here with your kingside in shambles. Is white ultimately going to pay the price for his compromised king position? He does take on g7, and I'm so curious what his follow-up is going to be. Queen d5, now a big threat.
I don't know, Diane. It almost looks easier to play with black. The black king is sitting pretty safe on e8, but white's king on e1 is kind of stuck for the moment. Queenside castles is not available. Queen d5, as you said, is a pretty big move. Combined with bishop f6, forking the queen and the knight. So MVL has to be really careful here. Maybe a move like e4. Stopping that queen d5 idea, bishop f6 can still be met with queen to g3. And there we go, e4. Excellent move by MVL.
Great call by you, Benjamin. e4, opening up the diagonal for the bishop on c1. Another positive byproduct of this move. He's a couple moves away from stabilizing, right? Bishop f4, rook d1. He is up 2 pawns, but he's down below a minute. Can Nihal continue to stir up complications and dwindle white's clock down all the way to 0? Big moment here for Nihal. He can lift his rook to the center, rook e6, bishop f6. He can do both. He does do both, but white's bishop can come out just in the nick of time, supporting the knight.
Yeah, bishop f4 looks like a nice move, developing the bishop and defending the knight. He goes f4, but that does weaken the pawn on e4, and that's why Nihal goes after it right away with the move bishop to b7. Maybe just bishop e3, give up the pawn and activate your pieces.
Another great call. Watch out for bishop h4. You have to keep the rook pegged to h2 to defend the h4 square. Now rook d1. Possible follow-up, and it looks like black's king might get caught in the crossfire after all.
Yeah, I love how MVL has navigated the complications here. Danya, another idea here is to go rook to d2, and after the queen moves, all of a sudden you can go queenside castles with the idea to go rook d7 or maybe rook d8 on a good day.
Oh my gosh, if Black's bishop on f6 had been on e7 there would have been ideas of Boden's mate with queen takes c3 and bishop a3. But even that wouldn't work because the rook could block on b2. Now the clock situation equalizing. I don't see a move for Nihal. How does he keep the fire burning? I think MVL not only has extinguished the fire, but lit his own fire against Black's king. Bishop c5 forks, pins the rooks.
Yeah, bishop c5 picks up the exchange. Rook d5, I guess you just take. You can also just, and there we go, rook d5. Can you just take here, or is there a trick for Nihal? I don't see it.
I think Nihal just wants to take back and try to use his bishops to generate activity against White's king. He's also prevented White from castling queenside as MVL establishes a stronghold on g7. Nihal has to continue chiseling away at White's pawns with b4, something like that. Bishop f5 is his choice.
Right now, you cannot move the rook as they'll hang bishop to h4. So maybe you have to move your king, and king of an excellent move. Rook d1 is a check, but I think you just take and go queen to e1 to block.
Very well spotted. 10 seconds for MVL, but I feel like Black is running out of active ideas, and he is down an exchange and a pawn. Rook g2 is also a devastating threat. We're going down this line. Nihal has to keep the queens on the board, but knight d7, no.
Rook
it's
d2,
a threat,
excellent
though.
move, bringing the rook into the game and stopping queen d5.
Knight d7 check is a simplifying move that would make it so much easier for White to play. I think Nihal's running out of moves here. b4.
b4, even something like queen e3, threatening queen c5. It's tough for Black to defend here.
Filigree precision for MVL.
Just offers the queen straight. King g2. It looks fine. King g3.
King g3. Queen h1,
Queen
though.
h1, though.
And the c8 square is defended,
and you take.
And he might pull out a draw. No, wrong
King
way.
f2. There goes the king, though. The king is running. King d4.
King d4. Queen g1. Still pursuing the king.
Queen
no,
d8.
but now,
Queen d6 on rook g2. That's game over. Rook
incredibly spotted. Wow. And MVL turns it around at the last second. He escapes the checks by running into the center. And he manages to sneak through another victory. Wowza. What a win for Maxime.
What a game. Those complications were wild, but MVL was able to navigate those a little bit better, and he opens up a 4-point lead.
A 4-point lead for Maxime. Nihal has struck back on a number of occasions. He seems to be doing well with White. He seems to be getting the kinds of positions that he wants. I mean, Nihal in this game, right? He got that kind of unorthodox, interesting position. But ultimately, MVL has been sharper in the tactics. He's been better at time management, and he spotted these 1 and 2 movers with incredible regularity measurement.
Yeah, no, for sure. One of the things Nihal was hoping perhaps for at the start of the match were the time scrambles, but MVL is certainly on par and maybe even better in the time scramble. So it's going to be tough for Nihal to make a comeback. I think Danya, he has to cut into that lead in the second half of the 3+1 portion to at least give himself a chance going into the bullet.
I agree. It might be unrealistic for him to erase that entire 4-point lead quickly, but we will see if he can dwindle that lead down to something manageable going to the bullet. You folks are watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Nihal Sarin taking on MVL in a fascinating match, and we will see if Nihal has what it takes to come back in this match on the other side of this short break.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like to. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like tapping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really, it's just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is no stranger to incredible Speed Chess Championship performances. He's got the experience, he's got the strength, and he has got the skill this year as he leads Nihal Sarin by 4 points here in the Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach chopping it up for you today. Benjamin, MVL needs no introduction. Anybody with more than a nodding acquaintance with the chess world has not only heard that name, they've heard all 3 names, and they know how good MVL has the capacity to be.
Exactly, so let's have a look at his Speed Chess Championship resume. MVL has played in a lot of quarterfinals in the SEC. In 2017, he lost to Grishuk. In 2018, he lost to Hikaru Nakamura. In 2019, he lost to Wesley So. But in 2020 and in 2022, he won over Levon Aronian and Wesley So.
And these are his quarterfinal appearances. That means in all of these years, he did win his first matches to reach the quarterfinals. And the people that he lost to, there's no shame to losing to any of them. And this year, it feels like he has demonstrated superior form to all of the years past. He is in the kind of form, Benjamin, that he was in when he won the 2021 World Blitz Championship.
Yeah, no, for sure. When we talk about the SEC, there are 2 clear favorites. It's always going to be Hikaru and Magnus, but MVL is capable of scoring an upset against these 2. He's in great shape so far against Nihal, and I really like how he has adjusted. We saw him struggling earlier in the match. He lost those 2 black games, but he's really righted the ship.
He has indeed, and he is one of the only players to have defeated Magnus Carlsen in a Speed Chess Championship match. Nihal has his work cut out for him and a London system. As we resume the action, 25 more minutes, folks, of 3+1, and then we will have half an hour of bullet. And of course, that is Nihal's best time control, but the comeback has to start here.
Exactly, and I think it would be great for Nihal to cut into MVL's lead a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised that MVL mixed the moves d5 and g6 again. Again, this bishop on g7 is often just biting on granite, as we're looking at the d4 pawn. Queen b6 attacking the pawn on b2, but Nihal just defends it with move queen to c1.
As a Grunfeld player, MVL has to be thinking about preparing c5. I thought he could have maybe gotten away with playing that move instantly, and that ship has sailed. Nihal doesn't give him another opportunity. Play c5 himself. Queen is likely going to drop back. No, it goes forward to a5. We've had this structure a lot in various different types of positions.
Exactly, and often Nihal has excelled in those games, so let's see how MVL will treat this one this time around. g4, we've seen also that move by Nihal. The bishop is forced to go back to e6, and it's making it more difficult for black to ever get that e5 push in. Maybe now MVL can trade. We saw how earlier on he got his pieces restricted, so I think it would be a good idea for him to get some trades in.
For sure. And knight takes e5 is one of those trades. Then he can follow up with knight to e4 maybe and get more minor pieces off the board. The queen trade opens up the b file, and we've already seen several games where Nihal was able to effectively orchestrate big pressure on that b7 pawn.
Right, so I like the fact that MVL trades a knight on d5. Like you said, I think it's quite risky to trade the queens on c3. I like knight d7 much better. I think Nihal will keep the bishop on the board here with a move like bishop to g3. Can MVL consider a sack there with like knight takes c5? You trade of the queens. Maybe you can take on b2 afterwards. I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical about that one, but it's a possibility.
It's interesting. Given that MVL holds a sizable lead, I feel like he'll probably mitigate his risk. But before we get to that point, Nihal has to decide whether he trades bishops, and he does. Bishops trade on g7, rook fc1. Now, MVL could drop his queen back, right? He doesn't have to keep his queen on a5 forever, and he does. Queen c7. He's got several different plans here. He can play f6, bishop f7, and e5. We've seen this plan in action before. He can also try to open up the queen side with b6. And I think Nihal is setting himself up for that scenario by solidifying the c5 pawn. But we are going to get some trades here. h5.
Love that move by MVL, opening up the king side. The queen on c7 is eyeing that square on h2, so MVL is planning for h takes g4, followed by rook to h8. So Nihal goes king to g2, perhaps now after a trade, and rook h8. You can go rook h1, and after takes, you can still recapture with the queen. You can also go f4, but that's gonna weaken more squares on the king side.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt positionally. Great whole board awareness there by Maxime to open up the king side. Now he gets his knight into the action. Nihal trying to restrict it with f3.
Nice move. Rook h8 still is a move. I guess there's still going to be rook to h1. You can take, recapture the queen. It feels like black should be better here, but I don't see an immediate way to break through. And also, Diane, look at the clock. All of a sudden, MVL is down almost a minute.
Yeah, he's got all these tempting options, but that can actually backfire in, the lower time control games as you try to puzzle out, in this case, which file do you want to operate on? After rook h8, rook h1, you can play down the a file or down the h file, but that involves giving away control of the other file. Whichever file you're not playing on, you have to give away. But that's a moot point now because knight f1 is a different way of protecting the h2 square. Nihal trying to keep all of his heavy pieces on the queen side.
Right, so let's see what MVL is going to do here. Perhaps he can trade, but it feels like white can then try to take advantage of the open a file, maybe like queen a5 at the right moment. He can also keep his rook on the board, maybe rook ae8, combine it with bishop c8, and all of a sudden, e5 would bring all of black's pieces to life.
Yeah, nobody canceled that e5 plan. He does something similar. He plays rook a to b8, so clearly he's not preparing e5. He is preparing b6. So MVL trying to accentuate his superior pieces. I think his pieces are somewhat more active, but Nihal doing a great job of keeping him at bay. 24 seconds for Maxime. That might become a problem pretty soon.
Rook h7, a crafty little move by MVL, but Nihal queen e1 to g3 just in time, stopping rook to h2, and MVL once again keeps the queens on the board with queen c8. I think the correct... Wait, can he sack at like 94?
I was going to point this idea out earlier. I think he's trying to set up bishop takes g4 or even knight takes g4, and Nihal might have to situate his queen on e5 in order to pin that knight. And if black's king is forced to the 8th rank, Nihal can double on the a file. He does that here, and there's that sack, and here we go.
Right, but what is the idea? So it takes knight e4, it takes on g4, but that doesn't create a single threat. Rook a8. Wait, isn't that just game over?
Rook a8, rook takes h8, and either you lose the rook or you lose the knight. And MVL gets burned for his time management in this game.
Yeah, rook takes h8, and you lose material. And there we see Nihal cuts down the lead to 3 points.
Well, that was a slightly anticlimactic finale to that game. MVL delayed the sacrifice by one extra move, and that gave Nihal the chance to double rooks and deliver the victory with that devastating skewer on a8. Big win there. It felt like that game was also at some point going in MVL's favor, but superior time management by Nihal, and he needs more where that came from.
Exactly. If Nihal keeps playing quickly, he will get his chance in this match. I think we've seen way too many games where Nihal dropped down on time, and even if he had better positions, MVL still found ways to turn his ones around. Here we see MVL going for a very aggressive h4, h5 push, but maybe Nihal just drops the knight back. And what have you achieved with this pawn push?
Yeah, this also started out as a Rui Lopez, but now it resembles some sort of souped up four knights defense. And white would really kill to have a pawn on c3 right now. You would love to place a d3, d4 in order to cut off black's influence in the center. But as it stands, I like the way that Nihal has positioned his pieces. MVL still trying to play on the king side there with knight h4. He does give up the d4 square. Instead, Nihal goes to the side. Knight a5 is a very thematic move in these types of positions to eliminate the all-important light-squared bishop. Again, I'm not a fan of the way that MVL has responded to Nihal's knight g7 system.
Yeah, we see MVL going bishop to b3, but now Nihal just trades and goes bishop to e6. And for black, it's going to be a lot easier now to break with the move d5. Bishop e3, black can trade. The question is, where is black going to castle? You can go kingside castle. I think the king should be sitting pretty safe over there. You can go queenside castles after you play the move a6, but white's got that half-open file, so that could perhaps be a little bit risky.
Nihal maintains his bishop pair. I like the idea of playing queen d7, but not necessarily to prepare queenside castle, but rather to build that battery. And in some situations, you have bishop g4, but queen g3 by MVL. Rook g8 is a very committal move. That means that black has to either stay in the center or castle queenside. And I actually think we will see queenside castles, because that is the lesser evil, Benjamin, especially if white opens up the center with f4 or d4. Knight a2. Where is he going?
I love
Knight
that
c1.
move. The bishop has to go back to b6, but now you weaken the black pawn structure. c4 gaining more space. The knight's headed back to c3, and all of a sudden white's got a pretty nice grip. Here, queenside castle is really unappealing.
Black, I thought, had to organize counterplay on the other side of the board with g7, g5. He had a chance to open the g file and garner serious play against white's king. Now it's MVL's turn to play on the king side. f4 is another excellent move. And with his previous move c4, Benjamin, he clamped down on the d5 square. So later on, the knight from a2, it's going to make its presence felt, especially if it moves into d5.
Right, Nihal solidifying his center here with f6, also making sure that f5 can be met with bishop f7. Queen e3 by MVL, he switches his attention to the queen side, hitting this pawn over here. Knight e4 by Nihal, threatening a fork on c2. So let's see what MVL is going to do. Maybe a rook f2 to stop that?
He ignores it. He ignores it. I think that's a great sack. Practically knight c2, queen takes b6, and Nihal's rooks in that resulting position are terrible. He doesn't have any way of opening the position up. I'd be shocked if Nihal actually accepts that sacrifice.
Right, but if you don't accept the... Okay, and there we go, queen takes b6. This looks great for MVL.
Rook takes a1. Also, knight b5 is a serious problem in that position. And now he'll drop the queen back, I think, to e3 or f2.
Yeah, queen e3, it's on the board. b5 now is a serious idea. Wait, maybe you can take, and after queen takes queen b6, that picks up the b4 pawn.
That was a pawn, but he doesn't do it, keeps the position closed, and now the knight sinking its teeth into that beautiful outpost. If black plays bishop f7 and trades it, then it'll be the other knight's turn to jump into d5. Black can't keep all of the weak squares protected with a single minor piece.
Exactly, and maybe at the right moment, MVL can consider the move knight d5 after a trade takes the queen as the move, and then queen h3 check will be pretty unpleasant. So a tough position here for Nihal, who's also a little bit down on the clock.
This looks terrifying for black, and the position is closed, so black will have to defend for many, many more moves. And he's also down now to a minute on the clock. I feel like MVL is close to taking this game as well.
right? The king really doesn't have a safe place to hide. Like, where do you go? It doesn't really sit safe on the queen side. King c7 again could be met with a move like 95, or maybe rook c1, setting up all of those ideas. Nihal, 45 seconds on the clock. He has to be extremely careful here.
There's just no moves.
Yet, like, no active ideas. I don't see it either. What MVL could also do, okay, bishop f7 is played. Maybe 95, there we go. Bishop takes, I guess you take it to e-pawn. And there's still queen c7, but rook e8?
Okay, obviously the position is not going to win itself. You eventually, I think, have to open up the queen side and open an avenue for your rook if you're MVL. So you could consider the move b5. You could consider rook to c1 and c5. He goes for it. I think that's an excellent idea. And I think Nihal's position is continuing to crumble here, especially if white can find a good opportunity to push c5. Queen a7 also looks sick.
And not only the position is a problem here for Nihal, also the clock. He's down to 23 seconds. Maybe queen a7 here. Threatening not to slide in just yet, but maybe setting up b5. He goes c5, blasting open the position.
And Nihal with 20 seconds to figure out this crazy complications. Queen takes d5, c6 is interesting, but then black can force the queen trade with queen to d4. And you have to be careful about that if you're white. I would play queen d4 here. He takes on d6, threatening queen d4. MVL needs a prophylactic move here to stop the queen trade, which would cause white's initiative to fizzle out. Move your king away. Instead, he goes queen f3, threatening the pawn. How do you defend it? Queen d5 mate.
Queen d5 is made.
Oh,
wow.
Man, look at that knight on g6.
Actually, checkmate. Wow, what a shocker. But actually, one move before the end, Nihal was actually doing fine had he found rook to e6. The idea is that if you take on b7, there's queen b6 forcing queen trade.
But that was such a difficult move, especially after what seemed like a lifetime of defending that nasty position. And another win for MVL. It is back up to that pesky 4-point lead. Every time it seems like Nihal is gaining some momentum, MVL comes back with an excellent game.
Yeah, 4 points is a lot. Like 3 points, like 2 points is still very doable because you win one game and then all of a sudden you only need one more. 3 is still tricky, but also still doable. But 4 is a lot, Diane.
It is a lot, especially the way that MVL is playing. He's not giving away a single easy game. Even the games that Nihal is winning, they're coming down to the wire. They're coming down to individual tactics, and then MVL immediately strikes back with a victory. Man, this is going to be a very, very tough road ahead for Nihal. We've got this position again, this London system with black's control over the center. This time, MVL, he's shown a proclivity for this move, b5, in various positions.
Exactly. And Diane, there's probably still 2 more games left in the 3+1 portion. I think Nihal at least has to try to close it down to 3 points.
Absolutely.
So b3, preparing to c4 push. The question is always, is black gonna go e4? Here we have to move c4 by Nihal, opening up the queen side. b4, interesting move by MVL to gain more space on the queen side.
And garner the c3 square, which could in the future serve as an outpost for his knight. And that's not as remote of a possibility as it appears. You know, if white plays c5, for instance, which I would not advise, black can play knight db5, and you're already threatening to jump into c3 with great effect. How does Nihal resolve the tension on the queen side? Does he keep the tension with a move like queen c2? Does he take one of black's pawns? What appeals to you here?
I think he is gonna preserve the tension with a move like queen c2. However, black has a move like bishop f5, and you're gonna have to move the queen to b2, where it's sitting fine. Aha, he does take on e5, and he takes on d5, but maybe now knight takes d5, and knight c3, Diane, MVL goes for it.
And knight c4 by Nihal. So knight c3 is a tempting move, but is the threat stronger than its execution? Do you want to keep that move in your pocket instead? No.
And there we have it. Okay.
Sack? Will he sack on
sack
c3?
Takes. But what is the follow-up?
I don't know.
Okay, we see the sack.
Knight e5.
He
just
takes
positional
e5.
sacrifice.
I kind of like it. I mean, he's got 1 pawn for the moment. The pawn on c3 is terribly weak. The pawn on c6 is weak. And how does MVL stop Nihal from playing queen c2, queen takes c3? Then Nihal would get a second pawn, and all of a sudden there are ideas like bishop c4.
Also very instructive. If black moves the knight away from d6, there's knight takes c6, forking the queen and the rook, and then taking the e7 queen with check. So MVL has to burn a tempo to defend that pawn. Queen c2, an excellent follow-up, targeting the c3 pawn. That was a really instructive exchange sacrifice, but Nihal has to follow it up with another accurate sequence. Opening up the bishop, MVL fights fire with fire.
C5, great move by MVL. I guess Nihal should take the pawn. I don't see a tactic just yet. Maybe like knight f7, putting more pressure on the knight on e5. Nihal could respond here with bishop c4, pinning the knight on f7.
And that will likely be met with bishop to d5, interposing the pin with black's own bishop. And the battle revolves around that knight on e5. Can Nihal keep that knight afloat?
Right, so let's have a look. I think bishop c4 looks pretty logical to me. For the moment, black is threatening to take on f3, so bishop c4, hitting the knight. I guess bishop d5, as you mentioned, is forced here.
e4.
And what does Nihal do here? e4,
e4, forcing the bishop trade on his own terms because the queen will recapture on c4, the knight on f7 will be pinned, and there will be the threat of a fork on c6. MVL could respond calmly, though, with something like rook a c8, and the game continues.
Right, so let's see what he's going to do. This looks unpleasant for black after take stakes, as this pin is very difficult to get out of. Maybe you can take an e4, but it looks so risky, Danya. It's just not a move you consider.
Bishop takes e4, my goodness. Be still my beating heart. Bishop takes f7, queen takes f7, and the undefended queen on c3 is what makes this possible. MVL sees it. The fact that he's pausing here tells me that he sees alternatives to bishop takes c4. He might also be thinking about taking on e5, and he's done it. He's found it, and that is the only way to preserve objective dynamic equality. It's weird to talk about equality here, but both sides with excellent chances here.
Ice in his veins. He takes his pawn on e4. It looked impossible, but MVL has perfectly navigated the complications. Rook e1, bishop d5.
Whoa.
And there's no discovery with the knight as it's actually pinned.
What is going on here? It seems like someone vomited in the center. There's just like pins everywhere. Black's queen is pinned. White's queen is pinned. There's a discovery. I don't think you can move the knight from e5. Knight takes g6. I simply think black will play h takes g6. And that queen on c3 is what's really, really hurting white. There's a trade, queen c4, queen b7, another accurate move. MVL is on fire.
Queen b7, great move, defending the rook and stepping out of the line of fire. Nihal can now take the knight on f7, but MVL just recaptures and is doing completely fine. All of a sudden, MVL's up half a minute on the clock, so maybe he can even extend his lead here a little bit.
That always seems to happen. No matter how complicated the position, Maxime has kept that lead on the clock, but I really like that move by Nihal. A very mature decision, keeping pieces on the board, but is there rook d1, and doesn't the trade of rooks favor black? Queen d5 can be queen b4.
Oh, queen b4 forces the trade. You force the queen trade. And I think black's winning there.
Devastating.
He finds it.
Oh my gosh.
If MVL wins this game, Nihal is gonna face a tough deficit.
He's finding every move in the critical position.
Rook a1, you still cannot avoid the queen trade, and you take the pawn on a2.
Rook a1. Speaking of ice in his veins, will he find yet another accurate move? Yep. He does. Rook a3.
Rook a3. Maybe you take like knight d2, but it looks terrible.
Man, the fact of the matter is that white can't move the queen away, and another accurate move. This is a masterpiece by Maxime. Tactically, positionally, technically. And white is borderline. No, white is just lost here.
Yeah, white is lost. White cannot escape the queen trade, and the endgame looks completely losing. So what do you even do here? Like, trade a knight d2, but bishop c3 is coming in. And 2 seconds,
what do you do in this game? What do you do in this match? He takes on b4. Which pawn does MVL take with the c pawn? Bishop c3.
Knight ec4, though. Oh, he moves the wrong knight. Now you get the pass b pawn. Rook a3 and b3. This is over.
Yeah.
Rook a4.
Knight, rook takes a4. Simply, he's up in exchange, and he's got the passer, which is going to decide the game. Bishop e4.
Exactly.
No, don't blunder the pawn.
Oh, yeah, don't do that. Go rook a5, maybe hit the knight. Okay, 18 seconds for MVL. Nice move.
Still has to be careful. Bishop
but
d2,
now,
knight b3.
Bishop e5.
Knight b3, bishop takes e3.
B3, you finally set the pawn in motion. This should be the game. G3.
Take the knight.
I like rook a2 as well. Over. And that's another game for MVL, who opens up a 5-point lead, Dayam.
That wasn't the flashiest game of the match, but from a purely scientific, objective perspective, that might have been MVL's best game. That was a classical level game. The way that he navigated those tactical complications against someone of Nihal's caliber, this is what Nihal is supposed to do. MVL stole his thunder, and he is up by 5 with 5.5 to go in the 3-minute portion. This is likely to be the last game, given how long these games have taken. A win would go a long way toward filling Nihal with at least a little bit of confidence going into the bullet, but you can kind of read it in his body language. He is not happy with the way this match is going, and can you blame him?
You cannot blame him at all. He needs at least... He should not lose this game. If you lose this game, he goes down 6 going into the bullet portion. Mathematically, he still has a chance there, but MVL would have to lose every single game. But like you said, Danya, that game was extremely impressive by MVL. Bishop takes c4 was a star move.
God, MVL's form has been ridiculous. Now, we have an endgame here. They followed a topical theoretical line for a long time. That knight dropped back to d6. Now, who do you think is pressing here in this endgame, or is it dead equal?
I think it should be around even, but if anything, white has a tiny, tiny edge. The pawns on c7 and a7 are a little bit weak. Also, for the moment, black's bishop pair isn't too scary. So I think a move like bishop f4 looks quite nice to neutralize that bishop. 93, I think here black's doing absolutely fine after like bishop b4.
I think MVL kind of consciously choosing a lower risk line, because I don't think white is risking here. His position is too healthy. The game will likely end in a draw, and that's more than fine for Maxime. Solidifying that 5-point lead, he could not ask for more, but he is still trying. Knight h4 and knight f5. I feel like black's position practically a little bit unpleasant here.
Yeah, no, for sure. The pawn on a5 is still a little bit weak. You can go a4, though, to trade it off and give white an isolated pawn on b3. So I do trust Nihal to hold the draw here. But I think, like you said, it makes it auto, bishop f8, the bishop stay on the board. Black has potential to be better here.
Absolutely. If you can get a4 and isolate that pawn on b3, Maxime playing a4 himself. But speaking of the weakness on b3, that is a very committal move. That is a sign that Maxime doesn't like what's happening on the queen side.
Right, and does Nihal have a move like knight c4 here? If you take with the knight, you leave the knight on f5 hanging. All of a sudden, the pawn on b3 is very difficult to defend. You might have taken the pawn, but then black takes the bishop on b2, and this could be a crucial game for Nihal to get back in the match and give himself some confidence going into the bullet.
I think c5 is the next best thing here, though. He advances the pawn, potentially will move it up to c4. And the fact that the rook on b7 is x-raying the bishop on b2, that's a big deal, because white would love to play a move like rook a to c1, but here that would drop a pawn due to the prosaic tactic knight takes a4. So MVL is a little bit hamstrung by the positional and tactical weaknesses in his position. Maybe bishop c3 should be considered here, just moving the bishop out of the line of fire of the rook on b7. Instead, he takes a more concrete approach with knight to d6, circling back maybe to c4 with his knight.
Right, but if you go knight c4, you always have to be careful of this move bishop to c2, hitting the rook and the pawn on b3. So I really think he should have just traded out that bishop on g6. He doesn't have an edge there, but just steer the game towards a draw, go into the bullet with a 5-point lead. But now this game still could go Nihal's way.
Most certainly. And now bishop takes d6 or rook d7. Both of those moves should be considered. Bishop takes d6, rook takes d6. You'd love to play knight c8. With a minor problem that blunder's made in 1. But it's clear that black's best chance is to directly assault that pawn on b3.
Yeah, rook d7, good move. I think if you're Nihal, you definitely have to go for this. Keep winning chances. Knight b5 by MVL. Maybe you can trade, although white just recaptures c2 is still guarded. I think for the moment, MVL is still fine. But Nihal has to try to go for a win here, as that would go a long way for his chances in the bullet.
And again, I'm a broken record, but the time management for Maxime has been exquisite in the 3-minute portion. Again, he's up 40 seconds. He's no matter what the position actually is, even if he's under pressure on the board, he's always putting pressure on the clock, and that has been so effective. It's been one of the many components that has given him this 5-point lead. But look at Nihal, c4. Excellent tactical vision. Knight takes c4. He wants to trade knights and stick his bishop on c2. And you called it, Benjamin. Bishop c2 is going to make an appearance.
Yeah, c4, great move by Nihal. If you take the pawn, you hang the pawn on a4. So probably you have to take with the knight, but then black takes and goes bishop to c2, hitting the rook and the pawn on a4. There is still rook to a1, but then black has rook c8. And how do you defend the pawn on c4? Bishop d4. Wait, Nihal just sacks it down and goes b2, but knight c3?
Bishop b4, knight d5. Look at MVL uncorking move after move, and he is up a piece, and he is stopping promotion. What is Nihal's follow-up in this position? I think he should probably make a slow move, like rook to c8, and try to apply pressure on the c3 knight. There's 40 seconds left in the match. This is likely to be the last game.
Rook c8, is there bishop takes a5? Diane, look at this line. Rook c8,
mate.
Bishop takes a5, takes knight e7, king f8, you take, and black has bishop takes c3, but there's knight takes 8 and rook d8, checkmate.
And he found it. That's why Nihal played h6. It's not necessarily to prevent rook d8 mate. It's so that his king can escape to h7 if the knight delivers a check on e7. This is high degree of complication here as MVL falls below a minute. Now, what does white do? The ball in his court. He needs to eliminate the pawn on b2, though that is much easier said than done. I think white's playing off the back foot here.
Yeah, perhaps you can go rook d2, but there will be queen b1. Takes. You take on... Although white gets 3 minor pieces there. That's a lot for the rook.
It is. h3 maybe?
Oh, what?
Just throw the ball back at black?
But then maybe rook c8 and that line all of a sudden works for black.
I don't like this for MVL. Practically, this is so difficult, but rook d2, excellent move. Bishop a3, guarding the pawn. And then what? Bishop a3, I think, is the best practical chance.
Maybe h3 then. And what is black's threat? Yes, you can go b1. Okay, rook e8. I guess you just go h3. Bishop e3, fine as well. And there's no tactic. There's still no tactic for black, yeah?
Now, black has a draw, of course. Black can take c3 and promote, and I think with 4 seconds on the clock, he doesn't see an alternative. He has to make the draw here. 1 second. 0. Move!
Oh my god.
He froze. And his internet went down.
What a throw. Oh, he disconnected. What an unfortunate moment for Nihal, who goes down 6 points going into the bullet.
The worst moment for disconnection. It was precisely when he dropped below 10 seconds that his camera froze. His internet goes down, and that is exactly the one thing that he did not need as he falls below 6 points. That is a huge lead for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who wins both of the first segments with the same score, 6 points to 3 for a total of 12-6, Benjamin.
Mathematically, it's already looking extremely difficult for Nihal. He's down 6 points going into the bullet. There are 30 minutes left, dying, and those bullet games can easily take 5 minutes, so he's gonna have to win pretty much every game now.
But what you said is important. Mathematically possible. It's a 6-point lead. We've seen the comebacks of that scale in the SCC before. This isn't a 10-point lead. This is not unprecedented. And MVL, first of all, we hope that he fixes his internet ASAP. And I think he's not giving up hope. He's going to keep trying. And before we go on our break and set the players up for our final segment, we wanted to take a moment to thank AG1, a new partner of the Speed Chess Championship. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions, from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use !AG1 in the chat. We thank AG1 for sponsoring the SCC, and we thank the players for giving us an excellent 2.5 hours of action. MVL is on top. He holds a 6-point lead, and we will have more Speed Chess Championship action with the final bullet segment. But first, we're going to set the players up with a short break. We're going to check on Nihal's internet, and we'll be back with more SCC action on the other side of this break.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She's a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com.
Allez. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave holds a 6-point lead coming into the final bullet segment of this Speed Chess Championship match presented by Coinbase. Nihal Sarin has his back against the wall. Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, he needs a miracle. Let's not mince our words. He needs to run the table in these next 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, he needs a big comeback here, Daya. He needs to win games, he needs to win a lot of them, and he needs to win them fast. Bullet games, even in the 1+1 portion, can take up to 5 minutes sometimes. So he needs to cut into that win as quickly as possible, Daya. MVL is having a strong run, but this is not the first time he's having a strong run.
Well, his 2020 run is his best of the SCC thus far. He defeated none other than Nihal Sarin in round 1 with a convincing performance, 5-point victory. Then he beat Levon Aronian by 2 points. Then he defeated Magnus Carlsen. Yes, he defeated Magnus Carlsen in the SCC, something that very few people have done. I think only Hikaru Nakamura has managed that feat, but then losing to none other than Hikaru in the final. So Maxime, no stranger to amazing SCC runs, but his job is not done because Nihal is a bullet wizard. I would go so far as to say that Nihal often does the heavy lifting in his SCC victories in the bullet segment, so we need more speed, more opening acumen, more tactical foresight by MVL. He needs more of the same, and he needs to keep his legs churning. Okay, we are underway. 30 minutes of bullet. Can Nihal pull out the miracle comeback? Let's get to the games.
I like the opening here for Nihal. He's a little bit better, given the fact that he's got the bishop pair and black's pawn structure is slightly weakened. That being said, MVL has pretty good piece play here. But yeah, Daya, he needs a lot of wins. And I'm curious, MVL normally is not the type of guy to run the clock down, but do you think we'll see him do that here?
I think we might. I think it's going to depend on how the first few games are going. The first game is going in MVL's favor again. Nihal played too quickly. He has over a minute on his clock and already a terrible position. Already 92, a terrible position. 92 resigns.
That's already a game. Yeah, 92 with knight f3 and... Okay, but this is
but
also
Nihal's on tilt.
Queen e5. h6 setting up knight g5. This looks terrible. Knight g5, rook c3.
Ugh.
And rook c2 as well. This looks terrible for white. If MVL wins this game, Daya, is it? It's still mathematically not over, but it's starting to enter that realm.
I just feel like Nihal's such a confident player, but the way that he's playing here, it seems like he's losing faith in his ability to make a comeback. And this first game is not the Nihal that we're used to. He's playing passively. All of his pieces are in the back rank, but not taking anything away from MVL, who's in complete control of, it seems, every game. And he's already struck with a victory in the first bullet game. That wasn't even close. I mean, that was wire to wire, and Nihal is on tilt.
Yeah, no, that was a tough loss for Nihal. MVL opened up a 7-point lead. You know, we blinked our eyes, and before we knew it, it was over. What a great game by MVL. And now Nihal, he needs some wins quickly.
He does, and we've transposed into a Caro-Kann. He's played one a6, kind of Hikaru style, then followed up with c6 and d5. So it's not as bad of an opening as I think people think it is, because it's hard to punish if black follows up by playing a Caro-Kann setup. Bishop b3.
Yeah, a6 isn't that bad. Very often it's quite a useful move. Hikaru, though, took it one step further and played the move a5 in his first match against you. Like, that not only wastes a move, but it also weakens your position.
That's exactly right. But Hikaru, it seems, can pull a win out of any position, out of any match situation, and Nihal needs a little bit of Hikaru magic right now. The problem with a game like this is that it's very likely to take a bunch of time off the match clock. We have this sort of closed end game, and both players, I mean, they've got over 50 minutes on their clock. So I don't think that this bullet segment is going to be decided by time scrambles.
Yeah, this is a typical Nihal position. He's a little bit better now. He can go a5 and b4, but it's going to be difficult to break through at the right moment. In the meantime, I can say with king of 3, and if you go b4, white just takes twice. g4, great move by MVL, creating some counterplay on the king side.
Yeah, he's taking the standing up, and rook h3 sets up h5. Now, he might not want to play h5 too quickly because the king is going to be exposed to frontal checks with rook g8. Instead, he kind of goes for passive defense with rook h2. I feel like he might have a fortress, but does Nihal have this idea of getting his king all the way to b3? No.
But a4 stops it all, and there's no way to break through. You can apply pressure on the pawn on b2, but there's nothing else you can do. Rook h5, maybe b3. Great move by MVL, creating counterplay on the queen side.
He's playing for a win. MVL is now playing for a win. Rook b2, rook takes b3, and the a5 pawn is going to be a serious weakness. I love everything about the way that Maxime is playing this.
Yeah, rook b2, great move. You just take rook
king
c8.
g5.
But king g5, how do you stop the king from coming in?
You're going to have to go rook c8 to c4. Instead, he goes rook b5, liquidating pawns on the queen side. Now it looks like a draw again, but king g5 still... And it's still unpleasant for black. King coming into f6. And the a pawn can push forward as well to deflect black's rook away from f3.
Okay.
Rook A8,
and
goodbye.
A7. That's another game for MVL.
That's
the
another game.
Is that already the match?
Oh, no.
He didn't have to do him like that.
Pizzazz. He didn't, but how about some pizzazz, some oomph to seal off this game? The D3 pawn, there's nothing Black would rather do than to take his own pawn.
And MVL wins another game and opens up an 8-point lead. Clever decision there for Nihal just to resign and get another game going.
I'm speechless. This is a complete drubbing at this point. This is reminiscent of Magnus's performance in the Bullet against Nepo. At some point, the match starts to pull away, and it's so hard to motivate yourself if you're Nihal to continue playing and to continue fighting, but he has to do it.
I'm a little bit surprised by MVL's opening choice. Normally, he doesn't go into the Pierce defense. Usually, he meets Knight C3 with D5, stopping that E4 push. That being said, he's not doing too bad here. If you can go, let's say, Queen A4, Knight BD7, and Queenside Castle, and that's what he's going for right now.
He can castle in this position. He can establish a knight on D5. Actually, by keeping his king in the center, he opens up the door for something like Knight C3, which is a very typical tactic in some of these positions. So he actually might choose to play Rook B8 and keep his king in the center, where I think it's relatively safe. Yeah, he's playing A5. I think he's going to attack on the queen side rather than castle to the queen side.
Yeah, Queen C6, also nice move. He wants to go A4, A3, carve out that C3 square, and then jump in with his knight. This king is sitting perfectly safe behind this wall of pawns.
A3 and Knight C3. Boo. This is getting ugly again. Knight C3, King A8. What now, though?
But I don't see a breakthrough. Maybe just Knight D5, like, Queen E3... Queen E3, wait.
Queen E3, he blundered a piece.
And Rook E2. But you hang the knights. That's unfortunate for MVL. Now, Danya, you're a very experienced bullet player. If MVL ends up in a losing position, do you think he should milk out the clock or 100%. Keep playing to keep his rhythm?
Milk out the clock. At this point, with 23 minutes left in the match, there might not be mathematically enough time to play 7 games. So I would say, take 2 minutes off the match clock, because you're not like dead yet. Okay, but he's
just
resigned. That's very gracious.
I'm a little bit surprised by that. I guess maybe he feels like he's gonna win anyway, or again, he might not want to hurt his rhythm.
But here's the thing, and I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm not trying to speak untruth, But okay, it's currently what? It's a 7-point match. Nihal has 7 points now. If he wins 2 more games, suddenly the lead doesn't start to feel as safe. It feels completely safe right now, but all Nihal needs is a little bit of a streak to fill himself up with confidence, and Nihal is the kind of player who absolutely has the capacity to start winning one game after another.
Exactly, and here we have a double-edged game on our hands. White is attacking on the king side, but Black can potentially... Queen H3, hitting the rook and the knight at F3. How do you deal with that?
Queen H3 looks like a great move. Forces the knight back away from F3 to prevent White from doubling rooks. I think that's an important move, but why is he allowing Rook G1? Whoa.
Knight takes F2, but take,
Rook G7.
Or I don't know.
Rook
Maybe you have
G7.
to go run with King F, and there we have it. You can give up the queen, but that looks lost.
Queen F5?
Takes Knight D2 or something?
Nihal
has to be
making
or
very
King C2 just, and there's no checks.
Oh, King C2. Huh. Or Knight D2.
There we have it. Your best move is Queen E3. That tells it all. It's just lost.
Resigns.
Queen E6, Queen G5. Taking away the E7 square. And this is another game for MVL.
What was Knight B6? It feels like Nihal is leaving so many of these points on the table. He's making moves that he normally never makes.
King B3. Perhaps, Danya, for MVL, the right strategy was to keep playing and just get another game to keep his rhythm.
Yeah. Another win.
An 8-point lead with, 21 minutes on the clock. Danya, that looks very tough to surmount.
No, at this point, with 10 more minutes off the bullet, match clock, this is starting to look like another blowout.
Yeah, no, what a match by MVL. He takes on D4 here right away. Maybe F5 now to open up the bishop. But yeah, he's been playing great this entire match.
He has indeed. Bishop up to D3. Looks like another one of those London system setups with Black establishing a nice knight on E4.
I like what Nihal's doing here, though. C4, trying to open up the center quickly. I guess Nihal's only chance is to play every game super quickly and try to win with over a minute on the clock. And that's what he's trying to do right here.
Yeah. Back to c3, f5. Okay.
Good g4, great move by MVL, creating counterplay on the king side. And
okay, we're gonna
here's
get a
the
bunch
thing:
of trades here.
you can make a lot of moves on instinct, but at some point you have to pause and calculate for a little bit, and that's where Nihal is going to lose a little bit of time.
An exchange sacrifice by Maxime as he tries to keep his bishops alive. He's probably going to involve his queen via h4. Instead, he takes on d4. But that opens up the d file. That probably actually helps white after queen to d2.
Yeah, I don't like that move, because now you can no longer move the queen as you hang the bishop with check. And how do you get out of the spin? He takes on g2, maybe just rook a d1?
Yeah, rook a d1, bishop takes c4, and you can actually take on d4 with check. Still not over there. As long as black keeps the g2 pawn, he gives himself some practical chances. But you could actually take on e4, and bishop takes f2 makes a lot of noise. But after king takes g2, there are no more follow-up checks. I think Nihal is going to take this one.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do. Rook takes c4 would end the... Although, I mean, the game is not over just yet. There's still work to be done. You can take on d4, going to a winning endgame with bishop c6. You know, the game goes on for now.
Rook e7, activating the rook.
Okay, what do you do, though? Maybe like h6 and rook h4, rook f6. There's still some work to be done.
Yeah, h6, rook d6 maybe. Bishop back to f3, but rook d7 I think sets up unstoppable threats.
Yeah, rook d7 is winning here for white. So let's see if MVL will milk out the clock here. I would be surprised as he didn't do it earlier. And right now his position, okay, take, check, and rook c7.
Or rook h8.
Or that, yeah. Okay, and MVL
yeah,
just
he's being
resigns,
a gentleman.
keeps us... Right, so do you think it's just him being a gentleman, he doesn't want to milk out the clock? Or, again, you think he just wants to keep the pace?
I think he's just being a gentleman. I think he, you know, when he feels like the position is hopeless, as you said earlier, the lead is so big and he's so confident in the SCC this year, he doesn't feel like it's even a remote possibility that he allows anything resembling, you know, a comeback. Especially now that almost half of the match clock has elapsed and Nihal has not bid into this lead at all.
Yeah, bishop b6, we have another double-edged position with MVL going for queenside castles. So let's see what he's going to do. Maybe like knight f5, take the queen. Eventually this bishop is going to develop. Bishop c4.
I would take the knight, though. I would take the knight. Take
and
the
maybe
knight.
knight b6 after.
Totally.
Because
knight
knight
e5
also
good.
a nice move. Bishop a2. c5
C5,
excellent
knight
with knight d3 to follow.
and bishop f5, and he's... Okay, now you have to move your queen.
Yeah, but queen c6 and the knight on b5 is stranded. MVL, he's still leading by a very comfortable margin, Danya. But, you know, if he loses one game after another, he has to be a little bit careful. And perhaps then he should consider milking the clock.
Definitely. This is looking pretty dire for black. Takes. And Nihal's just up a pawn and attacking with b4. This is a losing position now for MVL. And finally, it looks like Nihal is knocking on the door of 2 games in a row after b4. Bing. Go.
Yeah, and I think for Nihal, it will be a big boost for his confidence to get that second win in a row in, because he has won one. Oh, no!
Oh!
97.
No! Oh, that's unbelievable. He never blunders like this. Never. And he's exasperated. You can sense it. One mover.
Wow, you don't make that up, Danya. It's not over just yet, though. White's king on b2 is exposed, but, I mean, maybe Nihal should consider resigning. Save himself some time. This one is technically over, as rook b4 can always block.
I think that would be a consideration if this was a 3 or a 4-point lead. Realistically, though, I think he should just keep this one going. Hope for some sort of a freak tactic. There's just nothing. The rook c1, great move to meet rook e2 with rook c2. Covers the check. Bishop b6 will be tried, I think, but rook c3, rook b4, it's over.
Rook b4, trading off the rooks, yeah. Queen d6. Now, this is going to be another win for MVL.
Yes, it is. Rook b8. Okay, just resigns.
And an 8-point lead once again. And with 16.5 minutes, Danya, it's starting to look insurmountable.
It is. I think it is insurmountable now. 16 minutes remaining, and that is just a dagger, Benjamin. You do everything right. You're winning with black. You're about to get 2 in a row, and then bang, 97.
Right. I think had he won that game, it's of course very, very tough, but still some chances. But now, I mean, the match is just practically over, especially after such a heartbreaking loss.
Indeed. C4. We've got essentially the same type of structure, but with colors reversed here, as MVL closes the center and will start to attack on the queen side. Nihal, knight takes... Okay, yeah, just going all full tilt. But this is nice.
I like it, actually. Maybe bishop f6 was better, followed by h7. Now MVL very quickly with b3. Diane, this is almost like a reversed King's Indian.
Totally. But somehow it seems like MVL is garnering serious counterplay on the other side of the board. Knight c4 and bishop c6, opening up the b file, preparing queen b7, and the threats against white's king are suddenly very serious.
Indeed, and in the meantime, the black king can just run king d7. You give up this pawn over here, but queen b7, where are the threats for white? What do you do? Queen e6, king d8? Or king c7 even? There is bishop c1, but knight e3, and you lose the light square bishop as well.
Or even pawn a3, although then there might be b4. Yeah, king c7. Look at that knight on c4. It's both attacking b2 and defending the d6 square. Black's king is safe. Yeah, take another bishop. That's just a one mover. King c8 is over.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, knight e6 threatening checkmate. Maybe just a calm bishop to d7.
Want to see something cool?
King b1. No, but
Never
now
mind.
he's giving up the piece. Nihal has a lot of pawns here, though. He should be better.
I think MVL blundered the knight on a3.
Yeah, king c2. All right, maybe bishop d7, bishop f5. Still a chance for MVL to save this one. Bishop f5.
By the way, I want to point something out as this game heads to its conclusion. There have been no draws in this match yet. This has been the first SCC match with no draws. I can't believe that I'm even saying that. But now that you think about it, there have been no draws. Now that I say that, probably this game will end in a draw.
Wait, really? There have been no draws?
I can't believe I'm even saying that, but apparently so.
That is insane. Like, usually there's a draw or two, but yeah, I can't recall a single draw either.
Incredible. But maybe this game will end in a draw.
Who knows? Maybe MVL can go knight c8 to b6 to c4. It goes knight g6 instead, but Nihal's pawns are rolling up the board.
He's not even in a rush to play f5. You can do it at your convenience. You're up 1,000 pawns. It's actually still not that easy with the pawn on a4 holding down the rook.
Bishop b3 perhaps, then you allow f5. So let's see where MVL is going to go.
If he goes to b3, then f5 will come in uncontested. Rook a3. It would be hilarious if this game ended in a draw.
Right. I don't see how, though. I don't see how. But, you know, maybe some weird perpetual down the line.
Yeah, you never know. Or some positional draw where white plays e6 and black sacks his knight for it, and then white can't make progress. I can see that happening.
Bishop c2, a tricky move by MVL to stop g5, but now Nihal can push it up the board. Bishop c2, he's still trying to. Rook b1.
Bishop c1, bishop a3. Nice maneuver.
Love that one by Nihal. Bishop a3, he's giving up the pawn. Okay. What does he have in mind? Knight e6 by MVL. Okay. Yeah, bishop c5. Nice move blocking the rook.
Okay, now it's dead winning. Even though black has the light square blockade, eventually it's going to be surmounted.
Yeah, bishop c2. MVL keeping this game going. I mean, he's still fighting on and milking some time off the clock, but he resigns.
He resigns, and it's back down to, what is it? A 7-point lead, but with only 12 minutes on the match. This one is in the books still, though. Always worth watching the end of these matches. We always get some entertaining bullet games, even when we've got a blowout.
All right. Okay, so they entered that same line again. Diane, this seemed to be working out pretty well for Nihal. All right. MVL got into a lot of trouble in this game, so I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, where's the improvement? Where's the improvement?
Maybe rook b1 here, but 94 is coming again.
Do you defend the b7 pawn first, though? Do you play b6?
All right, b6 makes sense. Perhaps you trade as that bishop ended up being very passive. Nihal taking a bit of time here. All right, so let's see what MVL is going to do. 94 again. Does he have c4 perhaps?
The good thing about inducing b6 is that black can no longer play knight b6, knight c4. And as long as that square on c4 is unoccupied, I think you called it, the threat of c4, I think would force black to play rook c4. He's allowed g5. He walked right into that. And c4. Or c4, queen b5.
Or queen b5, forcing the trade of queens. And that endgame just looks winning. d5 is weak, c3 is well defended. Queen b5 looks great, and he goes for it.
That move just epitomizes MVL's form throughout this match. He's finding every one of these important moves. Yuck.
Right, and Nihal also, knight df6 isn't isn't very characteristic for him. Usually he finds these tricky moves to keep the game going, but now he's just handing MVL a great endgame.
Yeah, white is up a couple pawns. The a7 pawn is also likely to fall, and that bishop on d5, such a monster. It can also supervise the progress of rook a6 and rook takes g6, I think.
That's a nice move. You have to go rook d8, only move to stay
F5.
in the game. And rook takes g6. But there are some pieces hanging after that, though. King,
yeah.
Where do you go?
Wait,
takes
bishop
f7, so it's both problems.
Man. Rook f6, and
rook
you've got
f6,
everything defended, and rook f1.
Yep. No, you stay up a piece, king h2, and that's another game for MVL.
Wow.
Yep. 8-point lead
This is impressive.
is back. And he's playing out of his mind today.
The final 10 minutes of this excellent match. Definitely not a performance that Nihal will remember fondly. This started out pretty well. I mean, he was up. He won the first game. He was up by a point. Things seemed to be going well for him, but then he lost a couple of those disappointing 50-50 games, and MVL never looked back.
Exactly. He started up with a 2-1 lead, but he lost some games that he actually maybe should have won, and then MVL just ran away with it.
I mean, obviously it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, but remember that game where Nihal was in the driver's seat with black, then they got into that opposite colored bishop position, and ultimately Nihal flagged. I feel like that game really impacted him, and it gave MVL the confidence that he needed to seize the lead in the 5-minute portion and then expand that lead in the 60 minutes of 3+1, which honestly was one of the most impressive stretches that I've ever seen in the SEC. It wasn't necessarily an eye-popping score. 6-3 sounds pretty mundane, but the level of play demonstrated by MVL was off the charts in this match. Bishop e5 and knight b4 at the end.
Yeah, that's a tactic, and MVL, of course, spots it knight
Of
before, and you
course.
pick up the bishop, and you even
And
have a
another
fork there.
This is going to be another win.
Yeah. But also in some games after that, Danya, MVL didn't always play his best chess, but Nihal just didn't really capitalize on any of the chances that were presented to him.
We're so used to Nihal's excellence, his tactical excellence, as we see a bishop trade that the engine didn't like there, that anytime he performs at a level that's anywhere below stellar, we're surprised. Anytime he misses tactics on the regular, we're surprised. And that's not a knock on Nihal. It's actually the opposite. It's precisely because we're so used to seeing his excellence in the SCC particularly. Today was just not his day. Today was a day where MVL continues to show ridiculously good form in this tournament.
Right, and I'm curious if he can become a real threat to Hikaru in the semifinals. Of course, Hikaru is going to be a big favorite, but if MVL shows this form in the semifinals, he might have a chance.
Honestly, if he plays like this, I think he absolutely has a chance. I mean, Hikaru has been phenomenal. Magnus has been in ridiculously good form. But MVL is just not making a lot of mistakes as he takes another one. And with a victory in this game, this will be a double-digit advantage for Maxime. Nihal has never lost an SCC match by over 5 points. Try that on for size.
Wow, yeah, he always manages to keep it close, even against Hikaru, but it's been an absolute blowout today. I mean, MVL, I think, Daya, it's a tale of two stories. Like, MVL has been playing great chess, and Nihal has been playing slightly below his level.
No, totally. This looks like a good opening for Nihal. Jababa London trotted out by MVL. 7 minutes remaining. Time for a couple more games. But MVL keeps fighting. G6 blasting through on the king side, and he's got good practical chances here, I think.
Yeah, I like the position for MVL. His king on c1 is still pretty safe, and the black king on f7 is very exposed. Knight g5 is coming on the next move.
It's amazing. Right now, the score across all three segments is 6-3. How about that? Obviously, that's not going to be the final score because they've got more games to play, but that's how a 9-point lead is built.
Exactly, yeah. So let's see what Nihal's going to do here. Maybe bishop b7. He takes on d4, gain MVL sacks instantly, but does this work?
Knight g5 after king g8 is what he's banking. Oh, no, knight g5 and queen f6, knight h7. What is he doing? Knight g5?
Wait, knight g5? Wait, they're going down this repetition?
And the first draw.
Wait. Right.
Knight g5 literally ended the game. I have no idea what happened there, but again, it's a moot point. But the first draw of the match.
I wonder why king g8 was not played and then why knight g5 was not played, but we'll never know.
We will never know. That will forever remain behind the scenes What won't remain behind the scenes is yet another game in this structure. They have repeated this ad nauseum, it seems.
Yep. Nihal breaking in the center again with the move c4. MVL has all of... Oh, and this pawn is not lost just yet, but it's very difficult to defend after 93.
Yep. Queen d6, securing the pawn. Queen b3, reinforcing the attack on the pawn.
Just
and
take
he's
it.
just going to snag it.
Yep. Takes f5. MVL banking on his bishops again, but it should not be enough.
He's got the extra juicer, maybe rotate tower over c1. Bastion up on c7. Ice skater, classic right triangle, 97.
Wants a bastion here on
right
e6,
triangle.
which would create a double, or I don't know, like the double attack on the two rooks. Rook d6 therefore to stop it, and d4. Okay, but it opens up the juicer.
Yeah, he's got the big white center on d5. And rook e to c1, pressuring the bishop. This is looking promising for Nihal. Let's see if he can get one or two more victories, some honor goals to finish off this forgettable match for Nihal. And an unforgettable one for MVL, of course.
Yeah, now this is perhaps one of his most dominant performances in the MVL. He crushed Gukesh in the first match. But Gukesh isn't necessarily known as a speed demon, but Nihal is, and that makes this victory all the more impressive.
And to your point, there are many components to an impressive victory. You never win a match by this margin just because of one reason. There's always several component parts, and one of the component parts was his time management, which was impressive in the 5-minute portion, but even more impressive in the 3-minute portion. You can basically count on one hand the amount of times that MVL lost a game based on time pressure. He always seemed to keep like a 30-second and 15-second time advantage that served him so well in those time scramble phases. Nihal is going to take this one, but it is a moot point. Less than 4 minutes remaining in the match, and you can just sense the disappointment on Nihal's face in his expressions.
Right, and this might very easily be the last game or the penultimate game. MVL switching it up with the Queen's Gambit and Nihal playing super solid knight b7. But yeah, MVL's played a stellar chess today. He made rarely any blunders. Nihal, like you said, he often got low on time. He even lost a game on time here and there, but MVL has been so consistent throughout.
Yeah, he actually lost several by flagging in, let's say, savable or even outright equal positions, and we never see that from Nihal. He always has, a third eye that he keeps on his clock, but today, something just didn't quite go right. He woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and that coincided with some of the best form that we've seen across our years commentating the SCC. We finally have a different opening here to round off the match. It's a Queen's Gambit declined with a closed center, closed queenside position, and a bunch of trades.
Yeah, black extremely solid here, but also a little bit passive. White is more space, but it's always very difficult to break through, so maybe another draw here, Danya?
It's possible. Man, that's all they're making now is draws. So many draws in this match. Really non-combative chess. Pretty disappointing.
Yeah. Right, bishop b7, both sides moving back and forth. Okay, wait, knight takes b5? Wow, look at this line. You can actually sack the queen, and you might even be better there.
That's an incredible line, but that will also remain behind the scenes. Likely we're going to get one more game after this one, I think.
Yeah, I like how Nihal is rerouting his pieces, knight h6 to f5, putting pressure on d4. He also controls the only open file on the board, so maybe he can score another honorary victory here.
Absolutely. And, okay, looks like a good position for Nihal. He's also got a lot more time with that pressure down the A file, but how does he break through here? He might be setting up Alekhine's gun if he gets his queen to the A file. No, rook A1, trying to get off a pair of rooks. The pressure on the D4 pawn here might be the deciding factor if Nihal can take this one.
Yeah, this is another typical Nihal game. It's kind of disappointing for him, Diane, because he started off so well. He had some of those Nihal wins, like this one, where he's slowly but surely tightening the screws, not giving MVL a chance, but it was overshadowed with some losses in time pressure.
No, you're exactly right, and partially it's because MVL managed to steer the game in the direction of positions that he feels comfortable in. He trusted his intuition, but the percentage with which MVL saw crushing tactics was perhaps the most impressive aspect of this match to me. The way that he navigated complex positions, that was something else. Are we going to get a win here for Nihal, or is this still a draw?
It looks good for Nihal, but is it a win? So takes G4 is 4,
Oh,
no,
it's
King
winning.
E4 now, and D4. This is over.
G4 apparently was still a draw, so we are going to avoid a draw in this game. Nihal is going to promote first, and we have time for one more game. It's down to a 7-point match, but it doesn't matter. This is going to be the final game, folks. Maxime is going to take this match. What a performance. What a performance by the Frenchman with 3 names.
Exactly. And Dai, I was wondering, if you're MVL here and you're trying to lose the match, do you think you manage, or are you just not on time to hit the resign
button? Can you resign sufficient number of times? No, I actually don't think you can. I think by the time you rematch, and he won a knight.
Oh, there goes a knight. Yeah.
Oh, there goes another one.
And
Queen F5, knight E7.
Will we see another game? If Nihal resigns, then we'll see another game.
Oh my gosh. Nihal should just wait this out. I don't think he wants to play another game. That's it. Knight E7. He's down 2 pieces, but he's going to keep playing. Rook F8, King G8, it's over.
Yeah.
And
he resigns. Is there still time left, or is that the match?
That's the match. Time ran out. It's a 8-point victory, a dominant display by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave across all 3 time controls. Honestly, in terms of game quality and in terms of just the accuracy shown throughout the match, one of the best SCC performances that I have ever seen.
Yeah, no, great stuff by MVL. He was so consistent throughout. He took advantage of Nihal's time pressure, and he barely gave him any... he, of course, gave him some wins, but he didn't give away any unnecessary points.
It was incredible. It was incredible from many different perspectives as we take a look there at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. My gosh, that was so impressive by MVL.
Yeah, look at that final score, Diane. Across the board, he was just so dominant. He took a 3-point lead in the 5+1 portion. He won the 3+1 portion with a 3-point margin as well. And in the bullet, he did not slip up and won with a 2-point margin as well.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many impressive games. Like, looking through the match, there were so many moments where MVL just did a much better job than his opponent of navigating the complexities of the position. And they had a lot of complex positions. They had a lot of positions in which it would have been so easy to slip up, so easy to blunder, and yet MVL ultimately managed to navigate all of those situations. It's time for our Coinbase savvy move of the day. We've got so much to choose from. I'm just going to pull up one of the many games in which MVL displayed his acumen. Okay. Maybe we can take this game. I mean, there were just so many moments. It's so hard to choose. I don't know. Help me out here, Benjamin. I'm having a hard time choosing a game.
Right. Yeah, so he played great throughout the match, but I think his most impressive one was...
we need one where he was black.
Right here.
Okay,
right here.
Let's choose this one.
It was a time scramble. We saw how it was so back and forth, but Diane, I think we should start right here. The position is extremely complicated. Nihal has just played the move Queen to F3, hitting the pawn on F4, and instead of defending it, he plays the move Rook to D7, attacking the knight on F5. If you take an F4, there's Bishop G3, you block the check and attack the knight once more. So Nihal played the knight E4, hitting the bishop on F2, but now MVL just takes an F7 with a check. The king steps up, and now bishop to h4, and there's nothing you can do to stop bishop to g5 check. In case you go g5, white takes with the pawn, the queen is hanging as well, and white wins. So that was your savvy move of the day, presented by Coinbase.
And what made that game so impressive was the way that he turned that game around earlier on. He was losing for most of the game, and he was basically doing what we're used to seeing Nihal Sarin do. Turn games around, navigate tactics, playing really quickly throughout. There just weren't a lot of time scrambles in this match, and that is one thing that I was expecting throughout all of the segments. I thought that we'd have time scramble after time scramble. Nihal was the one who was sitting in time pressure for most of the match, Benjamin. Super impressive performance.
And a really impressive performance by MVL. He always kept the lead on the clock, and that's why he managed to trick Nihal game after game.
Absolutely. And we will hear the victor's thoughts. We will set up Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for an interview, and we will take it to a break. We congratulate the Frenchman with 3 names for one of the most impressive SCC performances. An interview with MVL when the Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase, returns in a few.
now we're going to try the Airthings memory test. 2 years ago, in 2021, I tested Magnus's memory by setting up a bunch of famous positions and seeing whether he could recognize them.
Okay, this is the 24th game from Seville, obviously.
Now we're going to do the same, but with an added twist. We're not even going to be able to see which pieces are which. Every piece will be represented by an Airthings device instead. So let's see how Magnus gets on.
First of all, I'm thinking like, what are all these pawns on the last rank? But if I'm going to go piece by piece, I'm hoping that this is a king, and these are pawns, and that this is a bishop, and hopefully queen h6 should be mated too.
2016, right?
Yes.
Carlsen against Karyakin.
So this test is called, has Magnus been following the World Championship? Ding is white against Nepomniachtchi, and here he could have taken the rook with the queen. Eventually queen goes back here, king to d2, queen b2, and eventually the king is running away. Ding should have found this then.
Is this any more difficult for you?
No, not really. The games are too famous, that's the problem. This has to be Kasparov Topalov from 99 Linares.
What characteristics make you recognize this position?
Maybe like it's just the structure on the queen side.
Nice. Okay.
So this one is one of my happier early chess memories. It's from the World Youth Championship under 14. I'm playing black in the first round against future Grandmaster Jon Hammer. That's the king over there. This and this checkmate. And this looks like checkers. So few pieces. But it's definitely a game I've seen, yeah? Almost.
I don't want to give it away, but you will have, that's the clue, you will have seen it.
I'm not sure I've actually seen this.
Okay. In that case, I apologize. It's from the Queen's Gambit TV show when Beth plays, what's his name, Towns in her first ever tournament.
Oh!
And this is a rook, and it's strapped now because there's a knight on d4 and a king on d2.
Ah! Yeah, I remember that sequence from the series now, but like I wasn't even close, to be honest.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We just witnessed a dominant performance, two dominant performances actually, as Magnus Carlsen defeats Nepo in the morning. But today, right now, is all about the Frenchman with three names, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with a commanding victory over Nihal Sarin to propel himself further in the Speed Chess Championship and set up a match against Hikaru Nakamura. Maxime, thank you so much for joining us for a quick interview. You started with a 1-point deficit and you never looked back. Can you tell us a little bit about what you think changed after the first 30 minutes of the 5+1 portion to allow you to score this commanding victory?
Somehow I was simply winning every game with white, which really didn't make so much sense, but it was just one of those days where white was completely dominant, and somehow I scored a couple of crucial victories with black, and then I got some lead, but of course it could have been a much closer matter. Like I think a few of those games I won in the early stages, I had either an equal position or even worse position, so. And then if Nihal had taken a lead after the first 4 games, of course it's not the same story.
All right, and MVL, you've played in quite a lot of SECs already. How did you use your experience that you've gathered over the years, and how will you use that in your upcoming semifinal match against Hikaru?
I mean, I just play, so like I don't really care. Like I'm just fighting. It's good fights, good fun in general to play 3 hours of chess. I even remember the old days where it was 3 hours of chess without a single break. So it feels much easier, of course, with the breaks. And it's just a duel. You just want to get pressure on your opponent, and somehow I managed that today. Of course, against Hikaru will be a very, very difficult story. I've never won with Hikaru. I think I played him at least 3 times in this format. Is obviously one of the 2 dominant players. There was Magnus, and he won like 4 or 5, maybe more than overall, so it will be a very, very challenging task. But I'll need to be much more solid with black, I feel like, because I don't think I can rack up that many points with white against Hikaru.
Maxime, let me follow up on that before we ask you a few chat questions. Do you think there is a high likelihood that Hikaru repeats his opening shenanigans against you, or are you expecting more conventional opening choices?
I'll let him do whatever he thinks is correct. So, I'll be prepared for any shenanigans, but, it's not like easy to even predict, because I didn't think he would do it at all, either against Yu Yangi or against Fabi. So, maybe he'll do it, maybe he won't, but I won't lose sleep over that thought.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to cook up in his match against you. And Maxime, I was wondering, what did you do in terms of preparation for this match against Nihal?
I mean, I just looked briefly with black, at how he could play in these Grenfelds and so on, but actually, like, I didn't really predict that he would go for this C3 line. I thought he would go for something E3 knight d2 b3. So that's why I had trouble in the first few games before I realized somehow maybe a way to play, although it was a bit shaky anyhow. And with white, I realized it would be too difficult to predict. I expected some Lopez, but then Petrovic, then one Caro-Kann, and so on. So like, I wasn't too concerned about what would happen with White. Like, I didn't think it would be a huge theoretical duel, although it was kind of in the Petro.
Maxime, one more question for me. Bruce Mack asks, what is your favorite time control between 5+1, 3+1, and 1+1? Which one do you consider to be your strongest?
It's difficult to say. No. I guess 3+1 is not the one we're most used to. But I don't know. I used to play. I still play fast, but I feel like I was playing faster. I used to play faster. So I would say 3+1 is a good, is a good intermediate time control for me. And of course, against Ikaru, I cannot expect to dominate in 1+1. That's definitely one of the time format where he can hurt absolutely anyone and hurt quite badly. So, I'll be looking to try to make a difference in the first two time controls. But that's not going to be easy, of course.
For sure. And Maxime, another Czech question by Bruce Mac. He was wondering, do you play Puzzle Rush to prepare for events like this?
Sometimes I do. Here I didn't really. I just did a few puzzles maybe 1 hour before. I actually solved like some 9 out of 10, which for me is like totally exceptional, because I usually don't take enough time and make mistakes after mistakes. So I did feel like I was in, like, I had good tactical vision today, and I think it did happen in the match, and it did help me to create that lead.
Maxime, we know it's late for you. You just played an incredible match and put everything on the chessboard. We will let you rest. Thank you for your insight. Best of luck against Hikaru. We're looking forward to that match.
Thank you.
All right. The Frenchman with 3 names. Another entry into his impressive array of SCC victories. 88% average accuracy. A victory by 8 points. It wasn't Nihal Sarin's day, and his mediocre form, Benjamin, just happened to correspond with some of the best form that we have seen across the years in the SCC.
Yeah, let's have a look at our post-match analytics. We see that MVL scored an average accuracy of 88%. Nihal's accuracy wasn't even that low, Diane, but he also lost the game on time, 1 game by disconnect. Overall, MVL is just a more consistent player.
He most certainly was. There were so many different aspects to his mastery today. He played positionally, tactically. He was fixing opening problems as the match was going on. Definitely something for the other SCC participants to take inspiration from. Things didn't look amazing right off the bat, but MVL kept fighting. And obviously, speaking of amazing, we've had other amazing performances. As we look at the brackets, the SCC semifinals are now set. We will have Hikaru against MVL and another classic battle between Carlson and Wesley. So these are going to be 2 epic, unmissable matches. So mark your calendars right now, folks. These 2 semifinals are going to be one for the ages. Who will make it to the final, Benjamin? Impossible to say. Will we get another Nakamura-Carlson match?
That is, the most likely. They are definitely the favorites to make it there. But MVL, if he continues his form from today against Hikaru, he definitely has a shot. Wesley, I think he also has a shot. Magnus said he hasn't been playing in his greatest form. So if Wesley brings his A game and Magnus brings his B or C game, that can also be a close affair.
Well, the match will be happening Tuesday at 2 p.m. New York time, 11 a.m. in San Francisco, and at 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. Carlson, so unmissable action, a reprisal of their many, many matches during the COVID era. Oh my gosh, Benjamin, mouthwatering. Today's matches were mouthwatering as well. I just wanted to commend you, Benjamin, as we wrap up the show for 8-9 hours of commentary. You were a trooper today, and you brought the energy until the very end. It was a pleasure covering this match with you, and I will give you the mic one more time for your final thoughts on today's day of action.
It was a lot of fun covering the matches with you today, and also with our good friend Robert Hess. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun, Day, and I cannot wait for the semifinals.
I can't wait for it either. Before we wrap up today's show, one more quick PSA, folks. Remember that it is that time of year, September, through the end of this month. Claim up to 30% off on all new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcasts, unlock new emotes with Danny's various expressions, mittens, and even Nepo, and score an ad-free experience on chess.com. Don't miss out on deals this September. Subscribe now. And on that note, folks, we'd like to thank our amazing production team for their hard work, their indefatigable efforts in making our job easy. Another shout out to you, Benjamin, as well as to everybody in the chat. We had over 10,000 of you on Twitch and on YouTube cheering on your favorite player and making the SCC the magical event that it is every year. And on that note, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Benjamin Bach reminding you that the next match is coming your way on Tuesday between Carlsen and So. And for now, bidding you a great rest of your Friday and a good weekend from the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Goodbye.